I am in charge of introducing someone that since many years ago I was very keen to meet. So it has been a pleasure for me that you have accepted to come here. So Professor Osvaldo Sala is the Julie Reigel Chair. He is founder of the Global Dryland Centers of Arizona State University, and since many years his research topics have been connected with the responses of plants with the drought effects, and also the effects of patterns, biodiversity patterns, distribution in space and time concerning all these different levels of precipitation patterns, which means that he is really focused on these global drylands that he is in this moment founding director. He has a huge amount of publications, and it has been the leadership of different international and national leadership, including services concerning of committees of problems of environment, Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, IPCC, National Academic of Sciences. He is also member of Argentinian National Academy of Physical and Natural Sciences, a fellow of American Association for Advancement of Science, and last but not least, he has been elected the president of the Ecological, American Ecological Society. So it's my pleasure to be here to announce you and believe that it is also a pleasure for all of us that has been organizing this meeting to have you here in this conference. So the floor is yours, and please come.
Thank you very much for Amelia, for your kind introduction, and thank you for the opportunity for being here. It's great for me to get to know all of you and learn about your projects, your ideas, the things that motivate you. And also, you were also mentioning that I'm now starting my tenure as president of the Ecological Society of America. And one of my goals as president of the Ecological Society is to try to shorten the distance between the European ecologists and American ecologists that I think for different reasons they are not as close as they could have been. So this is another reason why I'm here, and I'm willing to rub elbows with as many of you as possible. And so this is sort of the official part, and I think the Ecological Society of America is a relatively large organization, and in order of 9,000 ecologists, and but I think we can do more in terms of working with other colleagues in other parts of the world, since I think that's the discipline that's the way the discipline is moving in a much more broader today. It's much more interdisciplinary, and also it is clear, I think, for most of us that you cannot test hypotheses in just one place. If you need to address them in a global basis, most of it. So Most of today, I'm going to be talking about something much more narrow. I'm going to be talking about something that is very closely related with my day-to-day life, that is my research life. And I have several sections of my talk, and I encourage you to interrupt me. And we don't need to get to the end of this talk so the overall title of my talk is the effects of climate change on ecosystems. And I'm going to talk specifically about two different aspects of climate change. I'm going to talk about the effects of precipitation amount and the effect of variability. And variability is not is how variable the climate. We all know that climate is going to become more variable in the future. So it's very important for us to understand how just the effect of variability, independently of changes in the mean, are going to affect the functioning of our ecosystems. And so, for example, this is some certain projections of climate change for North America. And you see that there are some parts of North America that are going to get wetter by the end of the century. Some others, especially in the Southwest, are going to get drier. The message of this slide is just to tell you that there are parts of the world are going to get wetter, part of the world are going to get drier. And the other one is this is an ensemble of different global circulation models, and showing that independently of the changes in the mean, they all agree there is going to be an increase in variability. That means there are going to be more extreme droughts and extreme deluge or extreme wet years. And it's a shame that we don't have an English word that is equivalent to drought, but a deluge is not quite, but it's the closest I could find. So and in order to address these two questions, the effect of changes in the mean and changes in the variability, I'm going to use a series of tools. I'm going to report on some observations. I'm going to report in some experiments. I'm going to use some modeling and some data mining. Under the assumption that you need all these different approaches, they are sort of complementing each other. For example, the long-term observations give you sort of the geographical breadth and the temporal depth that no other approach can give you. But it's very difficult to tackle cause-effect relationships. That's what experiments do. We can have experiments to really pin down what the cause-effect relationships. But you cannot have experiments for 20 years all over the world. And modeling is also a very interesting tool because it complements the other two. With modeling, we can go into the future. We can go beyond the traditional parameter space into new combinations of parameters. And finally, data mining is all the data that we all have collected and can be used to answer some of these questions. So 4 big questions are sort of a guide in this part. The first part of the talk is, how does the duration of altered precipitation regime affect the response of ecosystems? Is the same a drought that lasts a year than a drought that lasts 12 years? Are effects of extreme wet and dry precipitation regimes symmetrical? So the effects of droughts are the same as effects of deluge? Do all plant species and functional groups respond similarly? Do species interactions overshadow the effect of climate change? So in this specifically, the one with time, I think we have several simple hypotheses. Here you have always time, and this is the ecosystem response variable, most likely primary production. This is the control. You have a treatment where the precipitation has been decreased, one that has been increased, and there's no time value. So there's a 80% decrease here, has an 80% decrease in production. This is the simplest hypothesis. The next one is there is an effect of time. So the effect becomes larger as the time goes by. And there are some examples. For example, this is in the southwestern of the United States, where you see the bars represent precipitation. There's something doing. What? No? Oh, okay. There were two microphones. Now you can hear me. And so this is this is precipitation here. And you see this is the average for this period of time from 1994 to 2002. And then this is from 2004 to 2008 happened to be a...
Excuse me, can you go just...
Yeah, I can. What?
Maybe there is an interaction.
Those interactions are killers.
Yes.
and so there's a period of time that is happened to be wetter, and this is the production. The production, you see that there is an increase, even though in the second period of time was wetter, the response was not immediate. So that's just the time, maybe something important. There is also a hypothesis about acclimation. So think about the response of temperature. Also, we have sort of some experiments where forests have been warm for 10 years, and soil respiration continued to increase until some sort of a pool got exhausted and the system converged back into the original level. So these are alternative hypotheses. And the second one is the effect of time can be different for different processes. So the response of primary production doesn't need to be the same of response of respiration or species diversity. Then finally have hypotheses about asymmetry. So the response to increases in precipitation don't need to be the same of response to drought or decreases in precipitation. So this is just to set the stage. This is our possibilities here and there. So this is the first part of the talk. I'm going to report on a long-term experiment where we started in 2006, and this is the average precipitation that we see in the site, and you see the variability. And in 2006, we started 3 treatments. And this black line is the ambient. This is the minus 80% precipitation, a severe drought, and a severe wet conditions. And you see this background is to give you, even though those are extreme values those occur in the past, since the beginning of the century. So this is the background of our experiment. Our experiment was done in the Jornada experimental range, and this is in the southwest of the United States, in the border with Mexico. This is in our experimental design uses this system. It has rainout shelters. There are transparent acrylic rainout shelters that capture 80% of the incoming precipitation. It goes into an intermediate tank that pumps that water into the plus 80% increase in precipitation. So simultaneously you have minus 80 and plus 80 precipitation change. And this is how one of our many replicates. I think we have 160 of these setups of irrigation and drought all over the Jornada, and now we have them all over the southwest of the United States. And here I want to just make a parenthesis and discuss about the treatment effect, this plus 80, minus 80. And the objective of that was to assess the sensitivity of ecosystems to precipitation. And by no means I was trying to mimic any climate change scenario. And this is, I'm especially talking to some of you who are reviewers of my proposals and my papers, secret, but I think it is very important because what we are trying to assess is the sensitivity, not a particular scenario. And what I think is that if we are interested in the effect of climate change impact, the effect of climate change impact has 2 components. Is the sensitivity of the ecosystem and the changing climate. And in the case of precipitation, the impact of precipitation is the change in precipitation and the sensitivity to changes in precipitation. The idea is that these changes in climate and changes in precipitation, this is the realm of the atmospheric scientists. And the ecosystem sensitivity is the realm for us ecologists. This is what we need to do. And I'm pretty convinced of this approach. I think that it makes no sense trying to predict any particular point in the future. First of all, the GCM predictions change by the week. There are as many as there are flavors in the grocery store. And also, you want to predict the year 2100, but then that's going to be different than what it's going to be in 2120 or 2080. So I think, in my mind, makes more sense to try to understand the sensitivity of ecosystems and plug it in with whatever the GCM outcome should be. So, and this is the precipitation. And I'm always using the same code. This is the control, this is the drought treatment, and this is the irrigated treatment. And I'm going to show you some of our results really quickly. This is what we would have found if we had run the experiment for 2 years. A moderate effect in all there's a series of figures that all have time in the x-axis, and in the y-axis, that is the difference between the control and the treatment. So that's sort of a, for your eyes, sort of a wipe out the interannual variability in precipitation. So you see that there was a modest effect of drought, and that it was similar to a modest effect of wet conditions. Then we continue running the experiment, which you see that the effect, both the effects of irrigation and the drought, sort of increase, but it looks like the system achieved some sort of a stable condition. So if we had a completely different message if we had run the experiment until 2013. But we were stubborn and keep going. And then we see that in 2015, the system completely collapsed. So this is something that was impossible for us to assess with a 2-year experiment. And also, the effect that we see in the drought is not comparable to what we see in the irrigation. And what is even more interesting is that in the last 2 years, the drought experiments have higher productivity than the control and the irrigated. And I really refused to accept this data for a long time. But I think now it's inevitable that I need to accept that those are the data. The drought has higher productivity than the control and the irrigated. And this is the production of, let's start unpack that and try to understand this. And this is the production of grasses that it resembles pretty much the total production because they account for a large fraction of it. The next one is the production of shrubs. And the shrubs for the first, from 2007 to 2014, remain almost insensitive to changes in precipitation. What was very puzzling, and I assumed that at that time that the shrubs were not responding. But if you see that always the drought, that is the gray, and the yellow one, is a little bit above the irrigated. And until the minute then the grasses collapse and the shrubs, this is the drought treatment where we took 80% of the incoming precipitation, is much higher than the control and the irrigated one. This was really puzzling, and then took me several days to just accept that those were the data. So this is the answer. So the Germans have this lovely word called Schadenfreude, and you all know what it means. Schadenfreude it's a German word. I don't think the English language has something like that. And what?
You don't even have that concept.
You don't have that concept. My friend knows what is Schadenfreude. It is the pleasure that you feel with the demise of your competitor, or I don't know, when you drive in the highway and somebody passes you very fast, and then the police stops him in the next time. Then this is Schadenfreude, isn't it? So I don't think that is that. So my assumption is that it's not that the shrubs like the drought, but they love the demise of their competitor, the grasses. So you see that when the grasses collapse here in 2013, the shrub production goes through the roof. And so this is my structural equation version of Schadenfreude. So this is a structural equation. So we have the effect of precipitation has a positive effect on grass production, and grass production has a negative effect on shrub production. So when precipitation decreased, grass production decreased, and that has a positive effect on shrubs. So I have sort of the emotional version, the Schadenfreude, the structural equation. Now I'm going to show you some of the mechanisms. So this is salt water measured in our treatments. There are 3 treatments. The blue is always the irrigated, the control, and the drought one. These are shallow layers, and these are deep layers. So you see that everything was very dry until this moment where it got wet, and all the treatments got equally wet. And more or less, this is the shallow layers. But this is what happens. The dry plots that had no grasses or reduced biomass of grasses after 12 years of experiment had more water in the deep soil layers than the control and the irrigated. And this is the mechanistic explanation why the shrubs are doing so much better. Because it took 12 years for the grasses to reduce significantly their biomass. So now when it rains, even if it rains only 20% of the control, the water goes deeper into the soil profile to a place that is only shrubs have access to this layer. So for me, this was quite a surprise, but I think the story is gelling. And this is something that I came to see in the last few months. It's not something that I've been, and this is what happens. When the system shifts from the drought system, is significantly more, what we have here is rain use efficiency. This is the control, and the wet one have about the same rain use efficiency. The dry one, it has much higher rain use efficiency, and the rain use efficiency it goes through the roof when the grass component collapses and the system shifts into from being a grass shrub dominated system into a system dominated by shrubs. And this is how the rain use efficiency, this is the growing season precipitation from dry to very wet. When the system is very dry, the rain use efficiency is much higher. And here what we have is that the shrub to total, the percentage of the total production that is accounted for by shrubs, and this is the rain use efficiency. When shrubs account for most of the production, the system becomes much more efficient. Osvaldo's explanation is that water goes deeper into the soil profile, even though there is less amount of water. The amount of water that is lost through burst soil evaporation is much smaller. And therefore, all the water that comes into the system, it happens to be transpired to the shrubs, and the system becomes much more efficient in the way they manage water. And so here are the conclusions of this first part. The first one says that there was an effect of time. I hope I convince you that if we had run this experiment for 2 years, 8 years, 12 years, or 15 years, I hope some of our founders are here that will continue funding our experiment. I think it's important to have long-term experimentation. And the corollary of this importance is not only time, there are thresholds. Doesn't seem to be functioning linearly. In, I think, 2012 was this collapse of the grass component. And the corollary of that is that we cannot predict the effect of press precipitation based on short-term pulses of precipitation. So we need these long-term experiments to address the impact of climate change. The second conclusion is that it's related with the asymmetry hypothesis. The absolute magnitude of the effect of increasing water was much smaller than the absolute magnitude of the effect of reducing water. And therefore, if you go into the literature, there are hundreds of experiments of irrigation and there are fewer of drought, but we always work under the assumption that if we know one, we can predict the other. This result suggests that probably that is not supported by this, by our data. If you know the response to irrigation, you don't know much about the response about drought. The third conclusion is that there are differential responses between shrubs and grasses, that I hope that you are with me. And finally, what I think is very interesting is that there are the interaction between shrubs and grasses overshadow the effect of climate. So now the effect of climate change that was simulated as a big drought was overshadowed by the relative contribution of shrubs and grasses. If a very severe drought shifted the species composition, the system flipped from being a grass-shrub dominated system into being just a shrub dominated system and became much more efficient. And productivity increases even. So I think just looking at the effect, the linear effect of climate may be misguiding. So the drought negatively impacts grasses. That moves water deeper into the soil profile. That increases the rain use efficiency. That increases productivity and reverses the effect of climate change. So this is the end of this part of the talk about the directional changes in the amount of precipitation. So this is a good time if you have questions about this part of the talk. The second part of the talk, I'm going to go into the effect of precipitation variability. Yes?
And the fact that your experiments are relatively small scale, what does it mean for the soil water? So if it would be much larger scale, then maybe the soil water would react much different.
That is very, very good questions. Our plots are usually 2.5 by 5 meters. They are trenched to 60 centimeters, so there's not shallow movement of water. And we measure water at different distance, and it seems to be that the horizontal movement of water is not very important. And our experiments happen to be located in flat locations. Yes?
You add water, but you do not take any dramatic results. Why not?
They are pretty dramatic, some of them. What do you mean?
I didn't see productivity increasing highly, like dramatic effects you had with non-water, unless I did not.
I think the response to drought is more per unit change in water. The absolute amount effect of drought is larger than the same amount if you add the water. You're correct.
Okay. Any explanation?
Paco.
Just an idea came to my mind. When you frame your context with this function, with the response is a function of time and the interaction with the values of C here, with the precipitation time. I need that also we can introduce the response in the previous stages. Because this is a way in which we can introduce in the theoretical frame that what was happening with the biological difference in the different functional types, for instance. And I think this is very important because that brings us to another concept that is the multifactorial types of response. Because you can see, anyone, we can focus on the response in terms of productivity, production, but what about composition or functional types of the species? So this is a way in which we can introduce, you can put together, because they also produce some kinds of feedbacks. And then we approach to another way to understand the systems, because then we more approach to a system approach of what we are studying that make close us to what are doing other ecologies in the global systems in which they work with these complex functions that are interconnected. Because my feeling is I'm more a community ecologist, a demography ecology. We use another approach in which we are not able to put together. So many of these feedback, positive and negative feedbacks, they are not included in our model. So that was, and for instance, another factor that may be involved for the long term, or for these plots, is fire. Is some way shrubs maybe more vulnerable to fire in the sense to regeneration. Maybe they can increase at the landscape after this collapse, because this is an example of collapse. And then what is the role of the fuel and the fire in the future? But the idea of introduce the response in these areas of the model, because that produce feedbacks, I think it's important to get thinking about.
Thank you, Paco. I think you're right. This is just a humble experiment. And as I started with that little figure at the beginning, experiments have the ability to be able to tackle cause-effect relationship. But at the same time, if you're going to do, no matter how many replications you have, you always are narrowing the number of experiments. So I'll have some other numbers there. So now I'm going to change to this idea of the effect of precipitation variability. Here, we are just not looking at the effect of amount of precipitation, but how it varies from year to year. In personal terms, this is a difference between the amount of the salary that they pay you. You go to a job, they pay you 100, or another one pays you 120. But then they have these 220 jobs, one that pays you 120 every year, or one that pays you 240 and 0, 240 and 0. So which one you prefer? How is that going to affect? So we're trying to understand the effect of variability. And the guiding question for precipitation variability then is, how does precipitation variability affect primary production? How does precipitation affect diversity? How precipitation variability change along gradients of mean annual precipitation? And so here I'm going to introduce another experiment that is sort of has the same design. You have these rainout shelters, these areas that are irrigated, but they are flipped from year to year. So we have the same plot. One year is irrigated, the other year has a drought, irrigated and drought. And so this is this is started in 2008 and continues today. This is the normal control precipitation. This is the plus 50%. You have a wet, a dry, and this. And if you look at it after all these 8 years, we have more or less exactly the same mean precipitation, but the coefficient of variation went from 48%, that is the control, to 110%, so almost double the variability. So kept the mean constant, but it changed the variability. And now let me show you some results directly. And so this is all these figures have the same relationship here. They have a 6-year interannual precipitation coefficient of variation. So these are our experimental results. And here we have the average of production of 6 years. And you see that as variability increases, the productivity decreases. So we, at this point, would say variability for this particular ecosystem decreases production. This is the effect on grasses. Grasses have the same thing. And here are our friends, the shrubs. The shrubs increase production with, so the effect of grasses are more important in this particular ecosystem in terms of biomass. Therefore, total production follows the pattern of grasses. But you see that grasses and shrubs, and this is what we call rare species, has no effect. So now we're going to go a little bit of theory about the mechanism behind those two responses to variability. And there's the mechanism I would propose is related with a linear and nonlinear response of production to precipitation. And if this is a normal distribution of precipitation, like that, the dotted line, this is the future one. The one where the frequency of the mean is going to be depressed, and then you're going to have more extreme drought, more extreme conditions. So my suggestion is that if the relationship between production and precipitation is a straight line, then then there shouldn't have any effect on the effect, have more frequent extremes, wouldn't have any effect on the mean production. Why? Because the decreases during the extreme drought are going to be compensated by the increases during extreme wet conditions, correct? But if the response curve is curvilinear, then the response is different. So in the case, if we just look at the dotted line, so this is the concave up response of production to precipitation, the effect of the extreme wet years are going to be much larger than the effect in absolute values of the drought. And the opposite is true if the curve is a concave down, so the effect of the increased wet is going to be much smaller than the effect of the increased dry. And in this case, increased variability is going to have a negative effect on production. Yes? And this is what happened. This is the relationship between variability and production. This is the total response. They have a positive curvilinear response. This is the response of grasses. This is they have the curvilinear response that drives the whole system. And this is the response of shrubs. They have a positive response. And now you probably introduce you to this idea why shrubs become more efficient in this variability scenarios. And finally, these rare species, they are linear, and why that explains why there is no relation between increases in variability and increases in variability and average production. And the effect of precipitation increases with time. So you see these are our years of experimentation, and you see that there were no significant differences up to 3 years. We needed almost 8 years to start seeing the differences due to changes in precipitation variability. And here is one other structural equation thing that it shows that precipitation variability has a negative effect on grasses, and grasses have a negative effect on shrubs. So similar to what we saw before. And here I'm going to show you a little bit of the effect that variability has on species diversity. We see this is functional diversity, this is precipitation variability, the mean is constant. As we increase precipitation variability, there's an increase in diversity. And the system, this is the original system, this is the dominant grasses, and these are other functional groups. You see how it shifted. The dominant grasses sort of decrease as variability increases, and the other life forms become more important. So, and this is perhaps my favorite figure of today's talk. Shows the effect of diversity on production. This is the things that 10 years ago Dave Tillman's experiments were showing. So this is the effect of precipitation variability on diversity. And look, and it affects diversity, and then variability also affects productivity. But though there's more variability, less production, that's what I just showed you. But there's a positive effect of variability on diversity, and the diversity has a positive effect on total production. But the increase in diversity that we saw as a result of increasing diversity of precipitation somehow compensated the negative effect of precipitation alone. But the effect is smaller. So now let me get you to the final conclusions of this section. So interannual precipitation variability itself has a negative effect on mean annual precipitation. The effect of precipitation variability increases through time. The nonlinear relationship between production and precipitation explain the effect of variability on production of different life forms. And the ultimate response of the ecosystem depends on this composition of, in this case, shrubs and grasses. So I promised that I was going to show you some experiments, some modeling. So we have this experimental model that we run for all over the US. And the model, very simply, it's an ecosystem model that has water, it rains, goes through different strata, and then water goes through roots, and transpire. Also water is lost through bare soil evaporation and through deep percolation. So what we did is we run the model for all these locations for 100 years, and then this is a control. Then we increase variability by 25%, we increase variability by 50%, and by 75%, the same way that we did before. I have some examples there, but also we changed the scale. We did that at the intra-annual scale, event by event, and we did it every 1 year, 3 years, 6 years, 9 years, and 12 years. So you remember that we say that the experiments, like Paco said, are good at pinning down cause-effect relations, but are limited in the number of years that we can run the experiments, limited in the number of locations and combination. Modeling gives all that freedom, but we don't know, we need to complement that with experiment. So this is the way we manipulated our data sets to simulate different levels of variability. So this is how we change it from at the interannual. So this is the normal precipitation for 2004 and 2005 for one particular site, and this is the manipulated one. So we decrease in 1 year, we increase in the other, but at the end of the 100 years is the same, correct? So we change the level of variability and we change the scale at which we change the variability, correct? And then now I'm going to go through very fast through a lot of figures that almost like a movie. These are all our locations, and all this small group of figures have all the same. This is mean annual precipitation. These each one represents a different site, a different location. And this is the different flows of water. This case is transpiration, and here the different colors are different treatments, and the control are the blacks, and the red is the more extreme of all the treatments. So we didn't find any effect of transpiration, but after 1 year, we found interesting effects on transpiration. And you see that there was an increase in transpiration in sites below 400 millimeters of precipitation, 40 centimeters of precipitation. Transpiration was enhanced due to increased variability and decreased above that threshold. So now I'm introducing the existence of a threshold of mean annual precipitation. The system behaves differently above and below a certain level. And this is at the interannual, every 12 years wet, 12 years dry. And I'm trying not to bore you. And this is total evaporation. Evaporation decreases as we become wetter because there's more canopy cover, so bare soil evaporation decreases. And this is deep percolation. There's no deep percolation in very dry, and the deep percolation starts increasing here. So, and here you have the deep percolation increases in the extreme experiment, and even more when we make very long periods that are dry and long periods that are wet. So hopefully this is the number of the days that the system remains wet, and you see the same threshold around 40 millimeters, 400 millimeters of precipitation of mean annual precipitation. And I'm going to try to go quickly to go to so these are our model runs. And so the conclusions first is that the scale was more important than the rate of variability. So when we change the variability we enhance one event and decrease the other, they had a relatively small effect. When we had blocks of 1 year wet, 1 year dry, the effect was started to become larger. If you have 10 years wet, 10 years dry, the effect was even larger. So the scale is very important here. And the other thing is this threshold, that it was kind of unexpected for us. We didn't expect the model was going to behave linearly. But it looks like there's a threshold in 380 millimeters where below 380, more variability in precipitation results in more available water. And above 380 millimeters, more variability, less available water. And the question is, why? And I think somehow we're going back to that Schadenfreude slide, because this is our scheme Here is a cartoon. This is mean annual precipitation. These are the major water losses. In very arid places, most of the loss occurs from the top of the soil as bare soil evaporation. There's never enough rainfall to go deep into the soil, be lost through deep percolation. In wet sites, most of the losses occur through deep percolation. There's not much bare soil evaporation. So, and this is some of our modeling results. This is the control, the black one. This is salt water content in the soil, and this is depth. You see, as we increase variability, the water goes deeper into the soil. So you change the distribution of water in the soil profile. And therefore, when the water goes deep, you have in very humid areas, there's an increase in the losses because the losses occur mostly through deep percolation. In dry areas, there's an increase in water availability because it moves the water down, reduces bare soil evaporation, and there's no way to increase deep percolation. These systems never lose water through the bottom. So my last piece is, I promised that I was going to show you some experiments, some modeling, and the last piece is have 2 slides on data mining. And so how all of them are converging. That we've located 43 sites that have each of them more than 10 years of annual precipitation data and annual production data. We clean the data, and the sites are distributed all over the world. And this is what we found. And this is this year's paper, where what we have here is mean annual precipitation again, and this is the ecosystem sensitivity to precipitation variability. So how much the production changes per unit change in the coefficient of variation of precipitation. Correct? So this is change sensitivity to variability. Each time the coefficient of variation increases by 1%, what happened with production? And what we found is that below 300 millimeters of precipitation, like the modeling was suggested, the sensitivity was positive. So production, these are data. These are data from all over the world collected by 100 different scientists and show the same thing. So below 300 millimeters of precipitation, there's increases in variability, increases production. Above 300 millimeters of precipitation, more variability decreases production. And this is related with the shape of the curve of the relationship between precipitation and production. Sites below 300 millimeters have a concave up, sites above 300 millimeters have a concave down. Therefore, if you increase variability here, the effect that increases the probability of occurrence of this very wet is much larger than the effects of extreme drought. The opposite is true for the very wet end of the gradient. And so this is my last slide, and I think what I would like you to go home with is that the idea that the response of ecosystems to changes in precipitation amount depend on the duration, that very different conclusions we would have arrived if we had run this experiment for 2 years, 4 years, 10 years, 15 years. That is different, the response to drought and wet conditions are different. That the species interactions, in many cases, modulate the effects of drought or wet conditions to the point that the species interactions may overshadow the direct effect of climate change. That the response to precipitation variability it can be positive or negative, and also changes with the scale of variability. So thank you very much, and now we can answer some questions. And
Thank you very much for a very interesting talk. Most of the results you showed us are on productivity, primary productivity. Any information you could tell us about, this is more or less the question that Paco had, I think, about effects on overall plant diversity or animal diversity? Any idea on that?
animal diversity, I have no information, and it's very difficult to have experiments that have a response variable with animal diversity. We have a couple of papers that will look at the effect of drought on nematode diversity. That's animals, and they are pretty abundant in drylands. And what we found is that as we have a fascinating result, because as we did this experiment, the same experiment with these rainout shelters and irrigation along the mean annual precipitation gradient from a desert to a very wet grassland, correct? And what we found is that nematode abundance, biomass, increased with mean annual precipitation, as you would expect. There's more roots, more food, there's more nematodes. But then the effect of drought in each particular site was larger in let me see if I get this thing right. In the very wet side, increased drought, increase in nematode production. And also changed the diversity of the nematodes. So what happened is in the very wet side, you have a trophic pyramid of nematodes. You have those nematodes that eat roots, those are eaten by other nematodes that eat nematodes, correct? They are not all equally sensitive to drought. So as the soils start drying down, the first group that is knocked down is the predators. And therefore, there's a predation release for those grassroot feeders that go out of control and eat all the roots. So under drought, plants have a double thing. They only have the effect of drought, but also have an increase in herbivory. That's as far, but we don't have large mammals, and there are a lot of more things that we can do.
Thank you very much. It was a very inspiring talk, and so thank you very much for this moment. So I have two questions. The first one is that when you consider the time, if you thought that the what we call now memory effects that are relatively new, let's say, we are talking a little bit about epigenetic or the influence of epigenetic in all these. If you consider that those differences that you have from 2, 4, 6, 8 years, we can consider also the effect of a potential memory effect. And my second question is related to this threshold at 380 millimeters, because I remember some years ago with a colleague for that is working with modeling, she had always a value like you found. I remember it was a little bit lower. And I'm thinking if you consider the hypothesis to confirm this 380 millimeters with thresholds when you decide that the climate is super arid to arid, or if there is any matching about climatic classification, for instance.
Okay, so the 380 millimeter threshold is one of my favorite numbers. And this is related with the inverse texture hypothesis that is in 1988 we showed that we had like 900 data sites in the US, and then we look at the effect of soil texture, and below 380 millimeters the sandier soil had higher production, and above 380 have lower production. There's not a particular limit on that, but so it's the same. We're coming back to this same number from really quite independent. You have the modeling experiment, the 1988 data sets, and this data set, they're all pointing out into this 380 millimeter that we weren't expecting, but it seems to be quite independent from each other. So it would be nice to go a little bit further. And your first question?
It's about the memory effect and the potential contribution of epigenetics.
Correct. This is what we call this, what you call memory, we call lags. And we have a paper in the Proceedings of the Royal Society where we look at lags in different grasslands. We have only statistical power to go 1 year before. And we found a significant effect of if the previous year was wet or the previous year was dry. But we couldn't go into 2 years because we didn't have enough data you can imagine that you start losing a lot of power. Not only the signal is much smaller, but there are multiple combinations in the past. And we did some sort of several experiments looking at changing the precipitation and changing it back. So we had a drought went to wet, and a wet to go to drought. So we simulated and see what happened with those lags. And lags exist and explain a significant fraction of it. And probably there may be lags for more than 1 year, but we weren't able to detect them.
Thank you very much, Osvaldo.
Yeah.
You stressed the importance of long-term experiments. And I can confirm that one long-term experiment is that in 2019 it's equally exciting to listen to a talk to you as it was in 1995 or something like that. So thank you for that. But more seriously, I would see two problems with these long-term experiments. One is that policymakers or generally society, if you stress too much the importance of having long-term experiments for knowing about the impacts of climate change, for example, on some system, that will lead policymakers and the general public to say, okay, then we better wait with any kind of decision for another 20 years, so until Professor Sala has completed his long-term experiment. That's one issue that I have with that. And the other one, you were probably not here yesterday in the morning at the same time. Our colleague Ricardo Trigo here from Lisbon, he stressed very much that we are actually on an accelerating curve for climate change. So we are in several ways going into a no analog situation where even your wonderful experiments from like 10, 15 years ago may not actually reflect the reality that we have the next 2 or 3 years. Do you have comments about the importance of long-term experiments in relation to that?
My comment is that this is a humble contribution. It's a small piece in trying to put together a puzzle. And we can have a lot of short-term experiments. I have a project that is funded by the National Science Foundation called a Research Coordination Network. We have these rainout shelters distributed in 100 locations all over the world. This is a 2-year, 3-year drought, looking at sensitivity of them, but having thought of a geographical. These ones are long-term. Those are little pieces of a puzzle that we can work on. And by no means I want to, and hopefully these long-term experiments can be coupled with models, and the models can assist the policymakers then if they are now backed up by some experimental results. And by no means, I think this is why I put that slide, that they are not trying to predict any particular scenario. They are trying to understand the sensitivity. And even if what Trigo said, that the climate change is one of the components of the response of the ecosystem, is the rate at which climate is changing. The other one is how sensitive they are. And we're just opening a little bit of a small door into the differences in sensitivity among different ecosystems, the different drivers. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the inspiring presentation. My question, so your experiment, I think, did very well to understand interannual changes and variability. Then you modeled the much larger interannual gaps. So how were you able to introduce these parameters, knowing what happens when the time lag is much longer? And what about other processes that could happen during this time lag? I mean, if your biomass increase, you might have more probability to have fire and to go back to the previous. So how do you deal with this uncertainty? Yeah.
I think I see a common thread between what Paco asked and what you asked. And again, I'm going to use the same word of, this is our humble contributions. And like most of the things that we do, we have to keep everything else constant and move one thing. Even with a model, we kept we didn't change biomass when we were changing productivity. We just keep the biomass constant and only change the climate. And that yielded this result of the 380 millimeters. Could be true, could be not, but it's sort of a hoping makes entertain you. But we weren't able to use changes in fire or changes in many other things, and changes in species composition. There were some hints about with the nematodes that we're talking about, how the nematodes respond, how you saw some of the grasses, and also, I didn't want to bore you, but I have all these species-specific responses. And I sort of presented shrubs and grasses to make your life a little bit easy this morning, but we can go deep into how each species within the shrubs and within the grasses respond differently. And we can spend weeks just looking at this data. Are fun, but I was trying to make it simple.
So, thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Together.
Oh, thank you.
Now it's to another. What a morning we have, huh?
And afterwards, I will put my...
Okay, good morning. It is my job. Hello. It is my job to give voice to this Syngenta's moment, and I have to say a few words about the sponsor of the next communication. So Syngenta is launching the Good Growth Plan project in 1993, defining 6 commitments in areas where improvement is essential to secure the future of agriculture on our planet's ecosystems. Each commitment sets hard, stretch targets to be achieved next year, with annual progress being reported on related key performance indicators externally audited. These are aligned with 8 of the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. There is a hard copy of this Good Plan 2018 report for you when you leave this room at the end of this section, but you can download it from syngenta.com website. So EEF and all of us thank Syngenta for sponsoring the participation of Sir Charles Godfray in this meeting. So Charles Godfray is director of Oxford Martin School and professor of population ecology at Oxford University. He has broad interests in science and the interplay of science and policy, and has spent his career at Oxford University and Imperial College. His research has involved experimental and theoretical studies in population and community ecology, epidemiology, and evolutionary ecology. His current main research project is on the control of malaria vectoring mosquitoes using novel genetic interventions. He is particularly interested in food security and chaired the lead expert group on the UK Government Office of Sciences Foresight project on the future of food and farming, and is currently chair of Science Advisory Council of the UK Department of Food and Rural Affairs. He was elected a Fellow of the Royal Society in 2001 and knighted in 2017. Sir Charles Godfray, welcome and thanks for accepting this invitation. It is an honor to have you here and hear about sustainable agriculture and how full is our planet. Thank you.
So it's a great pleasure to be here. It's a great pleasure to follow my old friend Osvaldo in such a wonderful talk. And as my slides come up, so I'm going to be talking about food. I'm going to be talking about the prospects of feeding the planet, and feeding the planet in a way that I hope will still leave plenty of room for biodiversity and plenty of room for the natural world. I think it's wonderful that this organization is arranging a meeting that's largely, thank you, largely ecological, but very much looks in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals. So that's my title. And what I'm going to do in the first 10 minutes or so is to explore some of the challenges in the food system going ahead. And then what I'll do is I'm going to do some modeling, and I'm going to use a synthetic model that's partly economic, partly health, and partly environment to explore some questions about the future food system. And then I'm going to finish by focusing in on what I think are the major issues in the food system that we need to attend to if we want to have a food system that is environmentally sustainable going ahead. Well, you heard in that very kind introduction that by background I'm a population ecologist, and I guess one of the founders of our field of population biology, population ecology, is Thomas Malthus, incidentally one of the founders of classical economics. And I think if you look over history, if you look over the history of the last 200 years, there have been 3 periods where we've been particularly pessimistic about our ability to feed the planet. And the first, what I'll call period of Malthusian pessimism, was due to Malthus himself. So Malthus, writing at the end of the 18th century, at a time when people were genuinely optimistic about the future, was very negative about the future. He was worried about our ability to feed ourselves. He was the first person who really understood the power of population to increase. That population increases geometrically. And he worried that populations would increase geometrically, whereas our ability to feed ourselves would increase arithmetically. And it's interesting that Darwin took a copy of Malthus' essay of population with him on the Beagle, and it was that the power of population growth that was one of the incentives for Darwin to develop the theory of evolution. So Malthus, writing in the 1790s, was arguing that Europe would essentially starve in the middle of the 19th century. And this didn't happen. It didn't happen because of the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution increased our ability to produce food, and it restructured society. It brought people off the land. It increased what economists called total factor productivity. Now, I do stress that there were famines in Europe in the 19th century, the potato famine, but they were political famines in a way rather than our ability to feed the world. So that was the first wave of Malthusian pessimism. I'm just about old enough to remember the second wave. And this was the wave in the 1960s and 70s associated with authors such as Paul Ehrlich, like me, an entomologist, associated with the Club of Rome, limits to pop and limits to growth. And this was a real worry that within the 20th century we would cease the ability to feed the world. And it's worth rereading Population Biology for people, Population Bomb for people of my generation. It's quite an extraordinary book. You read it now with early 21st century sensibilities. It is arguing for mandatory population control. It's really quite frightening. The second wave of Malthusian pessimism, the wave associated with these authors here, that did not happen because of the Green Revolution. And the Green Revolution had several components, but one of it, or probably the largest component of it, was a genetic revolution in agriculture. We were able, through actually relatively few genetic modifications, we were able to increase productivity, especially among the staple crops, really in a very major way. So if you look from 1960 to about now, population has increased, but crop production has more than increased over population. So that actually the amount of area brought into agriculture has not been that great
over the last 60 years. But of course, one of the concomitants of this, in order to make use, in order to capitalize on these genetic gains, has been a massive increase in the inputs going into agriculture. So that's fertilizer use there. And this is having the very major ecological effects that we see throughout the world in terms of, for example, nitrogen pollution, dead zones, and things such as that. So that was the second wave of Malthusian pessimism. The first was met by the Industrial Revolution, and the second by the Green Revolution. And I guess the third wave is really quite recently. It was in 2008 and 2010. It was at a time when food prices had been stable since about the 1970s, and then we had a couple of periods of really quite dramatic increases in food prices. And if one looks at the bottom left graph there, which is US corn prices, I use that just because there's a good time series, then the increase in 2008 was really pretty small compared with what happened in the 70s and during the two World War IIs, upright as the FAO food price index. I won't go into the distinction between the two metrics there since 1990. So historically, it wasn't a major blip in food prices, but yet it had a big effect on politics, and partly because we now live in a globalized world, so disruption in one area has many effects elsewhere. And over that period of the food price hike in 2008 and 2010, we saw civil disturbances in many parts of the world. The causes of the Arab Spring are very complex, but one of the reasons was volatility in food prices in the MENA region. We saw a government fall in Mozambique. We saw riots in a number of areas in sub-Saharan Africa. And I think what this third episode of Malthusian pessimism has done, it has really refocused attention back on issues of food. And food has become folded into many of the environmental issues that we're talking about within the context of climate change and the broader environment agendas of the Sustainable Development Goals. So I like to say that we ecologists have difficulty predicting the future, but we can predict the past. Well, the economists have problems even predicting the past because there's a great discussion within the economics profession about what actually caused those variability there. Was it a sort of one-off, what they call stock-to-use ratios, the amount of reserves, or was it something more fundamental? Well, what are the fundamentals that might be occurring? Well, obviously, one is an increase in demand. And demand for food is increasing quite obviously because of increasing population numbers. But to me, this is one of the most cheerful graphs it is possible to have. I guess that when I was a student in the 1980s, there was not a logical argument against Malthus that one day human population growth would slow down for reasons other than war or disease or something. And what we've discovered over the last 30 or 40 years, if we do things right, if we bring people out of poverty, if we educate children, especially girls, if we provide access to reproductive health care, then human population fecundity naturally goes down a bit. This is a demographic transition. Populations are still going to increase. There's tremendous inertia in the system. But extraordinarily, it is possible intellectually to conceive of a time, if we get it right, when human population will cease to grow, and one can envisage a time when our demands of food from the planet will plateau and even go down. So I like to tell my students at age 60, I'm literally more optimistic than when I was their age, even though we have the horrible things we've discovered over the last 40 years, such as climate change. But it's not just population that is important. As people come out of poverty, which is a good thing, it's a good thing ethically, it's a good thing because people coming out of poverty tend to reduce the number of children they have, they quite naturally demand better diets, better foods. And the graph behind me at the moment is an increase in the demand for meat. And of course, meat, because it's one trophic level up, requires more resources to produce than does plant food. So if you look there in Europe and North America, consumption of meat is roughly constant. In parts of Europe, including my own country, there's evidence it's beginning to go down. But look in China, that's increasing there. So we're going to see a greater demand for food, partly for population and partly because of people requiring diets that have a greater environmental footprint. So on the demand side, there is, I think, cause for concern going ahead, even though there are also elements of great optimism there. And then I'm not going to go into great detail about challenges on the supply side, because I think you know all this already. So probably the first thing that, it already is in many places, but the thing that is going to get increasingly concerning is the amount of water that is available. And so this is just a map of water scarcity. And we have concerns about soil degradation as well. In many parts of the world, the agriculture that we conduct is undermining our capacity to produce food in the future. So there are, I think, legitimate things to be concerned about going into the future. And again, I skipped over some of the details here. One could sort of wallow in the pornography of doom, going through all the things that could possibly go wrong with the agricultural food system going ahead. But just to summarize them here, we have continuing demand growth. An area I'm not going to talk about today, but I think it's below the radar of too many policymakers, is that now getting on to 2/3 of the world's population live in cities. The whole geography of providing food has changed. We continue to have 800 million people going to bed hungry at night. So hunger hasn't gone away, but the nature of hunger has changed. Actually, the reduction in hunger was I think the only Millennium Development Goal that was actually achieved. Most people who are hungry today are not hungry because we cannot produce the food to feed them. They're hungry because they're either too poor to buy the food, or they're unfortunate enough to live in countries which are at war or suffering profound civil disturbance. And it is worrying that over the last couple of years, the number of hungry have gone up, and that is almost completely due to an increased amount of sub-state conflict. And you'll know many of the places where that happens. I said a little bit earlier how optimistic I had become since over my career because of the understanding the positive aspects of the demographic transition. I think something that, going back again to when I was a student, we had no idea about was that we would be seeing a worldwide epidemic of obesity. It is extraordinary, the growth. This is when I suck in my belly when I give this bit of the talk. It is extraordinary, the growth in the amount of overweight and obese people and the diseases associated with this. I've mentioned pressures on agriculture, and there are issues of resilience to shocks, both climate change, which we've heard about from Osvaldo and we'll hear about later today, and also issues about the resilience to our political structures in how resilient they are to be able to guide a global food system in the face of political shocks. Okay, so that's a sort of scene setting of some of the issues ahead. And what I want to do now, and I'm going to do this really quite quickly without showing you the sort of the details under the bonnet or just a single slide alluding to it, is to ask a series of questions of the food system. Now, I won't read them out now because I'll go through them one by one. And what we've been doing, this is a project with a group at my university working with the International Food Policy Research Institute in Washington, is bringing together a series of models to be able to answer questions. And Osvaldo, in the first keynote talk, I think really summarized why modeling can be very useful. It's a means of being able to explore hypotheses about the future. And as exactly as Osvaldo was very clear that he wasn't trying to predict particular scenarios into the future, I'm not trying to predict particular scenarios about the food system going into the future. I'm using the model to ask questions and to explore things. I think one of the useful things about modeling is that it absolutely forces you to write down all your assumptions. And if you don't agree with the conclusions of the model, then you go and investigate and try and work out which of the assumptions that are wrong or which of the initial values is wrong. And just briefly, what we do is we have an economic model. If there are any economists in the room, it's a partial economic model of the food system called IMPACT, developed by IFPRI. And what we've done is we've taken that and we have linked it to environmental modules and health modules, so we can change the food system going ahead and look at the consequences for environmental variables and for health variables. Now, the only environmental variable I'm going to tell you today, talk about today is greenhouse gas emissions. And we are working at the moment on water and also on biodiversity. And biodiversity, as you can guess, is much harder because it's much more location specific than, for example, greenhouse gas emissions. When I use that particular pronoun, which might be called the professorial we, you should turn it into the really talented postdocs who do all the hard work on this project. And Marco Springman, who's up there on the left, is the person who has really led this. So the first question I'm going to ask is, what if we act healthily? And in particular, what are both the health and the environmental co-benefits of a change of diet? And I think this is very significant for us ecologists, because very often an argument that has a direct effect on human health can get into areas of the policy world that arguments purely about environment have difficulty getting there. So if one can identify co-benefits, that helps in making a policy argument. So what we do is we make the assumption that over the next 30 years we transition to the diets recommended by the World Health Organization. And we do that, I hope, in quite a sophisticated way. We don't assume that everyone everywhere eats the same diet, but that if you're in Japan, you have the equivalent local diet that meets WHO guidelines, and similarly if you're in Europe or sub-Saharan Africa. And then we calculate diet-related disease deaths, and we look at greenhouse gas emissions. So again, try to look at these two potential co-benefits. Then I'm going to say a little bit about economics at the end, the economic co-benefits as well, although only briefly looking at that. So I'm going to show the result. I'm going to show headline results, and I'm also going to show some maps about where the effects are particularly strong. Now, at the moment, it's a curious time to be in the UK with various political things. So we went and asked the government for what map we should use, and they gave us this map. And then we noticed that the UK is in a rather funny position there. So we moved the UK back to where it should be. So this is the first result. What happens if the world transitions to a WHO recommended diet by 2050? And the first thing is that there would be 5 million fewer deaths associated with diets. Now, we've all got to die from something, but these are deaths associated with the diets, the food we eat. And so one gets a real benefit. As you would imagine, WHO diet guidelines are actually designed to be healthy, and so it'd be pretty perverse if they didn't save lives. So what does 5 million deaths a year mean? Well, in the kind introduction, you heard that I also work in malaria. Malaria is the worst infectious disease, and that kills 500,000 people a year. So I say with great respect to the people involved in the horrible calculus of death, then we're talking about 10 times the worst infectious disease per year. Now, of course, those of you will immediately say that malaria tends to kill younger people, diet-related deaths tend to be a bit older people, so it's not a clear comparison. But that's a sort of ballpark of the type of life saved that we're talking about. And interestingly, the darker colors are where more lives are saved. And interesting is that changing to a healthy diet saves more lives per capita in the richer world than it does in the poorer world. And again, this goes back to some of the issues that we've talked about, the diseases of affluence, the diseases of overeating. that in fact many of the diet-related deaths that we have today are associated with overconsumption rather than underconsumption. So that's 5 million, a real positive health outcome there. What about the effects on the environment, and what about the effects on greenhouse gases? Well, business as usual, if we assume nothing happens in the food system, we would expect the emissions to increase between now and 2050 by 50%. Merely switching to a healthier diet reduces that increase from 50% to 7%. Now, those of you who are experts in climate change in the room will say, well, that is nowhere near enough. And that is true, and I'll come back to this later. But remember, this is before we do anything else. This is before we take any of the adaptation and any of the mitigation measures that we could take. So diet change alone has a really major effect on the environment. There is a really clear co-benefit between health and the environment, which I think is of significant policy significance. I said I would talk very briefly about the economic benefits as well. And again, those of you who are environmental economists and know about the difficulties of getting sort of measures of benefit, hedonic measures and things like that, will realize immediately some of the issues. But if you take what we've done and look at the benefits in terms of reduced carbon emissions using the social cost of carbon, and the direct and indirect healthcare benefits, the direct benefits, there are fewer people getting diet-related illnesses. The indirects are the knock-on effects to their families. Then one is getting benefits of the order of $500 billion US per year. And just to sort of frame that number, the gross world GDP is 80. So one's getting benefits of the order of 1%. And those benefits are sort of more clear to estimate. If you try and work out what it means to people to live longer because they don't suffer diet-related deaths, if you try and look at the value of saved lives, and again, this is a bit where it gets really hard to do, then when it's getting figures of the order of 5 to 10 US trillion, one's getting up to 10% of world total GDP. Now, I'm not going to try and defend these numbers, but I would argue that actually it's not simply a health and environment co-benefit. There's also an economic co-benefit as well. So that's the first question we've used the model to look at. The second one we can ask is, how will climate change affect diet-related mortality by 2050? So we assume a scenario that will result in 2-degree global warming. We did this 2 years ago where we thought this might be a worst-case scenario. I worry today that this is probably the best-case scenario. And then we go through and we model the effects on plant growth and production and do all the other things a model can do. And again, just to frame where we were, the previous estimate of the effect of climate change on diet-related deaths was a death study by the WHO, who I think did a really good job from just surveying the literature. And they assumed there might be 85,000 deaths due to climate change and diet. So let me go straight to the results. And again, I'm very happy, either in questions or in coffee, to describe and defend the modeling approach. So in the absence of climate change, because we're assuming that people will come out of poverty, because we're assuming growth in productivity, then we do expect there to be fewer people with bad diets in the future. So again, one can get caught up in assuming that everything is negative, but there are some positive things. As I said, people coming out of hunger was one of the few Millennium Development Goals that was actually reached. So in the absence of climate change, we actually assume that by mid-century there will be about 2 million less deaths a year because of through diet-related disease. Now, if you put in climate change, then things still do get better going into the future, but not as much as they would in the absence of climate change. And the gap between those two figures is 500,000 people. So what this is suggesting is that the WHO may have underestimated the effect of climate change on health. It's sort of an aspect of planetary health using that framing by about an order of 5. Again, as long as you accept the assumptions of our modelling. But what we can do is we can take that 500,000 and we can say, well, what is that composed of? What is actually the cause of that change? And we find that climate change will have some positive effects on diet-related deaths and some negative effects as well. And in fact, if you look at that naught line there, the bits above are negative and the bits below are positive, and they cancel each other out to meet the yellow line there. Now, we think the positive effects, and this is largely working through the economics, is that fewer people will move into the overweight and obese classes simply because fewer people are coming out of poverty. So it's a positive effect, but a positive effect in a socially inequitable way. And also because there is a health effect of eating red meat. If you can't afford red meat, then that sort of indirectly has a positive effect on health. So below the lines are the effects where climate change, not in a particularly acceptable way, is having a good effects, and above are the negative effects. Again, because food is more expensive, fewer people are coming out of the underweight category, and we project that the effect of climate change on fruit and vegetables is particularly strong. And one of the clearest epidemiological links between diets and health is consumption of fruit and vegetables, as you've all been told by your grandmother and more recently departments of health. And it's one of the functions of modelling of this type is actually to tell us what we don't know. And whereas we have quite good models that we can predict how different scenarios of climate change will affect wheat and rice and maize, corn, we have fewer models to tell us precisely how climate change will affect fruit and vegetables. So one sort of message of this modelling for our community is we need to have more research into that area. But putting that aside, that suggests that how climate change going ahead will affect diet-related deaths. So the last two questions I want to talk about is what we might do about it. And of course, one thing is we educate people, we give them the information to make informed decisions about what they eat. Unfortunately, the evidence for that is that although it definitely has effects, labels work, education works, it has a relatively small effect compared with government interventions such as regulations and fiscal interventions such as taxes. And of course, this is difficult because those latter ones require political will, require political engagement. So to give you an example, what we did is we asked, what happens if you tax climate-unfriendly tools? And what we did is we used typical life cycle analysis to assess greenhouse gas emissions, and we introduced a proportionate tax, and then we look for perverse effects. Now, I absolutely stress that this is a very simplistic way of looking at it. There is no way that we are going to have a global tax on food, on greenhouse gas producing food. But in a sense, what it's doing is it's mapping out the policy parameter space within which you can work. If even when you do something like this it had a little effect, then you wouldn't bother to argue about it. But if it had a major effect, then one could, for example, say this would make a huge amount of sense for the European community, the United States, to do. So what we did there is, don't worry about the details. We start off with beef oils, milk, lamb, and go all the way along to legumes and roots. And what we do is we put a tax on them so that the price changes in proportion to their greenhouse gases. So beef goes up in price, oils, milk doesn't, and then all the way along you can see the change in price. Now there are different ways you can do it. You could actually subsidize foods. You could redistribute the taxes, as the French are suggesting to do for climate change at the moment. So there are various ways that you can do it. But this is the way we did it, at least as a first pass. And when you do that, increasing the price by 10% doesn't mean that consumption goes down 10%. What the economist calls the elasticity tells you the relationship between an increase in price and an increase in consumption. And again, the model has embodied the best estimates from the econometric literature of what these elasticities are. And again, you see that we would expect that for a 40% increase in beef, then consumption would go down by 15%, and so on. So what effect does this make? Well, let me first give you the headline measure. So we've put on this tax, and we find that actually by taxing the things such as meat, we have fewer diet-related deaths. So 100,000 less diet-related deaths. And in addition, we save 1 gigaton of CO2 emission per year, CO2 equivalent emission a year, which is roughly 10% of what one needs to maintain temperatures below 2%. There are complexities there, but that's a rough take-home message. So I give you this as a take-home message. Again, we get this pattern of a health environment co-benefit, and the tax has really it's a significant wedge into reducing CO2 levels. But look at the effect, the geographical effect on it. The yellow and green colours are where there are fewer deaths, and the orange and red colours are where imposing a tax kills people. And so it's completely ethically unconscionable to put on a meat tax in this very simplistic way that actually will do good to everyone through greenhouse gases, do good to people living in the rich world for health, but lead to higher mortality across a swathe of low and middle income countries. So the simplistic way of doing it is ethically and politically unconscionable. But what you can then do is say, well, let's try and redesign it. We may take some countries out of taxation. We may actually take some of the revenue that we've gained and use it to support healthy food. And I won't go through the details of what we did to do it. But look at those two numbers at the bottom. So 100K avoided deaths and 1 gigaton of carbon dioxide emission reduction. Well, if you design in an intelligent way the tax regime, the 100K avoided deaths goes up to 500K, and there is a cost of that. You're saving less carbon dioxide, but not that much. It's gone down from 1 gigaton to 0.9. And this is just another instance of what you all know, that actually we need the carbon footprint of many people in the lowest, poorest countries to go up from purely arguments of ethics and equitability, and we have to do more in the rich world to allow them to allow that to happen. So my last question is, can we feed the world within planetary boundaries? And so planetary boundaries, this notion that has been led by Johan Rockstrom in particular. And Johan, and forgive me, this isn't a great slide. Johan says it is useful to conceptualize what we're doing to the planet in terms of boundaries. It's a conception that works really well with policymakers, although obviously we know that they're not fixed boundaries. So it is an approximation to reality. But anyway, what we did in some work that underpinned the recent report, the Eat Lancet report on the future of food, is we looked at the effect of the food system on 5 planetary boundaries: land use, freshwater, climate change, nitrogen, and phosphorus. And we first asked, what are the effects of different types of food on these boundaries? Now, this is a little bit of a complicated slide, and I'm not going to go through it in great detail, but it shows the situation now and the situation at 2050. If you look at the very top bar, that's greenhouse gas emissions now. That histogram is made up of a big red component, that's essentially meat, a yellow component, that's staple crops. And so if you care about greenhouse gas emissions, then meat is a big thing there. And then if you look at the second bar down, we project the effect of meat and greenhouse gas emissions business as usual really going up over the next 40 years. If you look at some of the other ones, then it's the staple crops that are much more important. So, for example, land, water, and then nitrogen and phosphorus. And then we took this and said, well, what could we actually do to try and reduce the effect of the food system on these different planetary boundaries? And in particular, we looked at three components. Well, four components, three of which I'm going to talk about now. I'm not going to talk about the socioeconomic. We talked about diet change, not becoming vegan or vegetarian, but cutting down meat and adopting a flexitarian diet. We talked about technology. There's really quite a good relationship between the money we put into research and the effects on crop productivity at the other end. So we looked at essentially doubling the money going into research on crops, and we looked at reducing waste. And if you look at those things, then that tells you where you get your most bang for your buck. Tech is good across, but tech is particularly good for reducing cropland use, reducing water use, nitrogen and phosphorus. We can make crops that are more efficient, and I'll finish off on something like that as well. If we're worried about greenhouse gas emissions, the single thing that makes the most difference is changing our diets. And waste has a contribution throughout the different planetary boundaries. So let me finish by just saying, coming back to particular audience here, the ecologists. What food and conservation, what are the critical actions? So I would argue, sort of based on the last slide and other analysis we've done, that there are two really critical things. And the first is what I call sustainable intensification, or what not only I, but many other people call sustainable intensification. Where we do produce agriculture, where we do farm, how can we produce more food with less effects on the environment? And this is something that in reports that I've been involved in reports that have come out of the FAO and things, there has been a real emphasis on this, including, and I put this up actually before I knew that Syngenta was sponsoring this, the bottom right there is a poster from Syngenta, How Do We Feed a Growing World Population, stressing sustainable intensification. Now, what's not to love about producing more food from the same amount of land with less effects on the environment? Well, I was slightly surprised that this has led to a backlash from some NGOs. Now, one backlash I think was a really interesting one, and it was from Compassion in World Farming, who care desperately about animal welfare. And to them, intensification was synonymous with doing nasty things to animals. And this is an important message to me as a natural scientist, who now actually sits in the Faculty of Social Science, about just how much word matters. I was also surprised to be sort of attacked by Friends of the Earth. And Friends of the Earth is an organization that does wonderful campaigning things. But their response to this, I thought, was a very lazy, knee-jerk, oh, this is just an argument for GM. So I was disappointed by that. I think when people see its sustainable intensification, they tend to see the intensification and they don't see the sustainable. And the way I look at sustainable intensification is it is really dramatic. Don't mistake sustainable intensification as business as usual with marginal improvements in the environment. I think this really is a lesson to the big agribusiness companies such as Syngenta. We do need to have a really efficient agricultural system, but business as usual is not going to get it to work. This is an industry that will be really disrupted in the next 20 years. And the industry needs to wake up and embrace this and not be like some parts of the oil industry which are now floundering in the face of renewals. The industry is part of the solution, but has to change more than it needs at the moment. And sustainable intensification does not mean intensifying everywhere. One of the things that's really important, especially to me as a passionate biodiversity person, is that we need to produce more food from the land we have in agriculture in order to spare space for nature. I won't go into the details, but do look at some of the lovely work that comes out of Cambridge on the trade-off. Does it make sense to try and concentrate? Okay, I'm going to be 1 minute over, if I can work out how to turn this off. Yeah. So there's some wonderful work from Cambridge looking at what types of environment where even small shifts into agriculture destroys biodiversity, and it really makes sense to land spare. And that won't be all environments. There'll be some environments such as, these are slides that I took from northern Kenya, from a conservancy adjacent to the Samburu National Park, where if it's designed well, you can have agriculture, in this sense local pastoralism, coexisting with rich natural history, with rich wildlife. That's Grevy's zebra, the rare zebra that's found in Ethiopia and northern Kenya. And then finally, and I hope I've made the argument about diet change. Diet change, especially reducing meat, will have a major effect. One of the things that I worry about is that the best way to reduce meat is to make it more expensive. To make it more expensive is fine, I think, for most of us, but will affect the poorest people. There are some really interesting things that are happening with alternative proteins, whether from plant, mycoprotein, insects, or pure cellular. It might be possible in the future to have forms of meat that have radically less effects on the environment. And then my penultimate slide is just to apologize that many of the things that I've talked about sit in the context of a political economy that is really important to engage with, which I've just not at the moment. And so to summarize, the food system is entering uncharted waters. And to feed the world with leaving space for nature is both really complicated and very simple. The simple thing is we have to have action on all fronts, on producing more food sustainably, changing our diets, reducing waste, and the complex political economy, the structure of the globalized food system, which I've not talked about today. And then the final thing is whatever you care about. Many of you, like me, came into science through biodiversity. I'm a naturalist by my background, care deeply about biodiversity. Others of you will care about, and we all care about these things, but we sort of concentrate on some things. We'll care about climate change. We'll care about political equity. For all of those things, we have to get food right. And it's a bit of a cliche, but if we fail on food, we fail on everything. Sorry for going over, and thank you for your attention.
Congratulations for a talk.
Where are you?
Here.
There.
Okay. I don't know if I understood correctly, but you shown a plot with blue and red bars, and the blue bars meant the increase in the price of the food, and the red bars, the corresponding reduce in the consumption of that food. But you've shown that legumes and fruits would have a decrease in the consumption, also with the increase in the prices. Should we really increase the price of this kind of food and do not promote the increase in the consumption of this fruit?
So let me give you two quick answers, one simplistic and one a little bit more sophisticated. The simplistic one is yes, obviously, it would make sense to subsidize healthy food and not subsidize unhealthy food. Politically, that's hugely complex, and at level of political economy, it's really hard, sort of bringing in a subsidy can have all sorts of perverse effects. I think the more sophisticated approach to it would be to look at all the perverse subsidies that are in the food system at the moment. And these are similar to the perverse subsidies that are in the energy system at the moment. We globally put lots of money into fossil fuels and things. And I think the way to address your question is to look at some of the perverse subsidy structures in national and global food system and tweak them. That changes the relative the relative value of the healthy and unhealthy foods. And then there is a straight political question when it comes to the poorest people in the rich world and sort of low-income countries. How do we want them to eat properly? Do we want to do it by keeping food prices lower, or do we want to do that by having proper safety nets and sort of by more holistic economic measures rather than the food systems? I sometimes worry that the food system is asked to carry too much of the burden of inequality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, I'm here in the back. Thank you, Charles. A very interesting talk. Given that this is, as you know, this is an audience of ecologists, I think it would be very interesting to hear a little bit more on your views, starting from what you talked about sustainable intensification, your views on the idea that developments in agronomy in the last century, in fact, used very little knowledge from the science of ecology, and that if we want a really sustainable intensification, we should be thinking about a massive use of ecological knowledge within agronomy, which would signal a major paradigm shift in the way agronomy is done, essentially starting to look at it as applied ecology, and which I think is interesting because for the people in this audience, that would mean there's a huge level of engagement and contribution that then ecologists could do.
So that's a great question, and thank you for asking it. I completely agree with you. There are two ways in which you could approach that question. There is one way, which I think is simplistic and wrong, and that is to say we need to understand ecology so that we can create agricultural systems that mimic the natural world. And there are some people who believe in that almost as a religion, and philosophers call it the naturalistic fallacy. And I think that is a pitfall that we need to avoid. I think that what we can do as ecologists is to understand both the ecological and evolutionary mechanisms underlying plant growth and things, and then use that to improve agricultural productivity. There's a great book by Ford Denison called Darwinian Agriculture, which looks more at the evolution and ecological side, but does a bit more in ecology. And I think that's really good as well. People were curious about why we were able to go through the Green Revolution. You know, simplistically, why can we increase productivity? Why didn't Darwin do that for us? But we're ecologists. We know that productivity is, well, we heard it from Osvaldo's talk, occurs from plants competing with each other. There are also some real opportunities. So why do we plant crops in rows? Well, we largely do it because our machinery for planting and for harvesting works in rows and things like that. Nowadays, we don't have to do that. We can use, or very soon we'll be able to use, really quite sophisticated harvesting machine. We should go back and look at our spatial ecology, our Tillman-esque community ecology, to work out, actually, should we plant it in different ways? We can now actually have polycultures in the same field. So what goes under the rubric of precision agriculture, that comes out of engineering departments, I think has a really fruitful marriage with some of the insights from ecology in increasing production and increasing it in the way that has fewer inputs going in. But don't, whatever you do, try and create fields that mimic natural systems. We know enough about natural systems to understand that's not the right way. Hiya.
Hi, thank you very much for your talk. Two quick questions, related questions. First is, do you think as citizens, the best single change we could do in our diet would be to simply stop eating beef? And the second related question is, how is it possible that within Europe, the common agricultural policy still gives subsidies to farmers raising cattle per head.
You don't want, taking your second question first, you don't want to ask a Brit about European policy right at the moment. We're all over the place. I'm the wrong person to ask. To be serious, one thing I regret about if the UK leaves the European community is that we're not in there with you, with other people in this audience, arguing for reform of the CAP. The CAP could be made much, much better. Your first question, I think you're right. Now, I'm not going to say that we should stop eating meat, because I'm not going to stop eating meat. But, well, I don't want to pretend I'm particularly virtuous, but we have tried to cut down substantially our meat and to sort of treat meat as a sort of more specialist thing, a more special dish to have more occasionally. I have to say this is helped by my wife defining small amounts of bacon as a vegetable.
Hello, thank you for your mind-changing speech. My question is related with the globalization and this trade we have with food, and what are the repercussions of applying this kind of taxes for transportation of food and this movement of slow food and all of this regarding to the greenhouse emissions of food production? Thank you.
Yes. So if you move food around the globe, then it involves greenhouse gas emissions, and that can be included in LCA analysis, and it should be. Where I live in the UK, we think we're virtuous if we eat strawberries that have been grown in the southwest of England. Actually, the amount of heating that goes into them dwarfs the emissions from taking them in a lorry from Spain. So we have to be very careful. Your broader question about globalization is that there are people out there who argue that globalization is evil and the food system should have nothing to do with globalization. Now, if you think that, put yourself in the position of the Ministry of Agriculture in Egypt, a population of 20 million people, it will be 40 million by the end of this century. You are only going to be able to feed your people if you can make use of the comparative advantage of countries such as Osvaldo's Argentina for producing more food than it can consume today. So the sort of left-of-center economist Joseph Stiglitz, I think, got it exactly right. We have globalization. It's futile and silly to complain about it. The real challenge is to craft the rules of globalization so that it works for multiple people, especially the people without power, and especially the people in low middle-income countries. So we have to get globalization right. We will not feed 10 billion people by mid-century unless we have a well-functioning, sustainable global trade in food.
Yeah. Yes, I'm here. Thanks. My question is related to the last one, and it has to do with the global trade. But especially because there's this, the ecological footprint of food conservation and food transportation is huge. And by reducing or having more regional food systems, we would have more a comeback to more traditional diet somehow. So I'm wondering if this is not part of the solution, even if we need some global food chains, but the size of the food chain and more regional, coming back to more regional food chains, would not be also part of the solution.
It is part of the solution, and I don't want in any sense to say it isn't. But just don't believe anyone who says it's the whole of the solution. So again, I think one has to be really Catholic in one's view of the different strategies. So it's not a question of it being only global or it being only local. Again, it's complex and it's simple, and the simplicity is we have to do everything simultaneously. So we have to minimize footprints by where it makes sense having more local food, and then getting globalization right. And we need to have a strong evidence base in which to do it, because sometimes local isn't good, very often it is.
So, more questions or food? One. It will be just a comment, sorry.
Okay. It was difficult to convince that in a meeting like this, talking about food, it will be really interesting. And it's not common. So I think that you give a very impressive example that really, if we want to solve the problems, that those boundary and this transdisciplinarity needs to happen. So I really thank you very much, and I'm very pleased that we brought this topic, because this is the way that at least the organization of this meeting thinks that is the way to go. And so thank you very much to bring us this.
And huge credit to the organizers for taking an ecological meeting. And I know the American Ecological Society does it as well, really looking outwards to other fields. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Before you go, I have a small announcement to do. Today at 6 o'clock, I invite all the representatives of not only the national societies, ecological societies that are within the EEF, but also others like the Osvaldo Sala that will be here for ESA, to have a short meeting on the room 2.2.22. It will be very easy. All the numbers are 6 o'clock for a short meeting, and I hope that in half an hour, 45 minutes is finished. Thank you very much, and enjoy your coffee. that should be here to present Professor Wolfgang Cramer, but it was just 1 minute to wait for Tiago Domingos.
Sorry, I was just in the next room finishing the previous symposium and had the wrong timing in the calendar. So, well, I'm ready now. So it is my pleasure to welcome, albeit late, late on my side, welcome Wolfgang Cramer to this conference. Wolfgang is an environmental geographer and global ecologist and is the scientific director at the Mediterranean Institute for Biodiversity and Ecology in Aix-en-Provence. Since the establishment of the Institute, and I'd say is the main driving force of the creation of this Institute. Wolfgang has a very extensive and very influential scientific output, starting with the analysis of forest dynamics under global change, but then moving to the understanding of vegetation dynamics a long time at the biosphere scale, and hence and creating very influential models for that, which can now be used for understanding the carbon cycle, the effect of vegetation on climate, the effect of land use on vegetation, and hence on climate. He has played a very influential role in leading very influential research projects in these areas, and also in the very closely connected areas of ecosystem services. And he has been a contributor to the IPCC, to the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, and to multiple policy processes in Germany and in the European Union and at the global scale. And so with this, I ask you to welcome Wolfgang for his talk. Thank you, Wolfgang.
Thank you. Well, I feel, can you hear me? Yes. I feel almost embarrassed by that long introduction, but thank you very much for having me here. And before starting, I would like to pay a small tribute to all the young scientists that are at this conference. I know you. I thought about this and I realized you probably worked much harder to even get here than I did, because I was just pleasantly invited and be sent and provided with a ticket. So I think it's great that so many young people are here, and the message that I'm trying to pass on today is, of course, intended for everyone, but particularly perhaps for you. The actual submitted title didn't make it into the program, but this is more or less what I intended to talk about. What is needed for better decision making in the Mediterranean Basin on environmental issues? Is there some way environmental sciences can help to improve the situation? Now, what's this way? I'd like to make an assumption first, and I declare it is an assumption. It's not a proven hypothesis or observation, maybe even, but the assumption is that public and private decision makers, they will actually do more to protect the environment if they have sufficient and reliable knowledge about upcoming risks. That could almost be considered as a cynical statement by some people who say that government policymakers are only interested in their short-term benefits or something like that, but I have as was mentioned in the introduction, I've met many policymakers and also private decision makers in the Mediterranean and elsewhere who do actually have a genuine interest in information and in better information. And this is basically what drives me. And those decision makers who do not have this, well, I don't need to speak to them. There's enough, there's enough people who actually want to move and enough people who actually want to improve the situation. Also, as a little bit element of context, let me say that climate change, which is a dominant topic for me and will also be relatively dominating through this talk, it's of course not the only aspect of environmental change, not in the Mediterranean, not elsewhere. Environmental changes is everything that is changing for the people, and that could be pollution, that could be sea level rise, which may be seen as climate change, that could be invasive species or anything. The approach that I try to pursue and present aims at covering all of these and aims even at finding out which ones are perhaps more important than others. I want to make largely 6 points in this talk. For the Mediterranean Basin, I want to speak briefly about recent trends, following up on what Ricardo said yesterday, speak a little bit about observed impacts of environmental change in the Mediterranean, their causes, how do we actually go on to risk projections, and then making this point that is particularly close to my heart. We need to be explicit and supportive for any kind of effort to interface between science and policy, but we also need to realize that civil society has its own role to play and a particular responsibility. Recent trends, there's nothing surprising for you to see yet another temperature curve for global warming. That's just one of the trends, and there's many different ways how we can show that. This is not even the most recent one. It would look more dramatic if I had this updated. Another one is sea level rise, which is a particular relevant topic in the Mediterranean and also elsewhere, as I will explain a little bit later. You could go on, and you've seen these illustrations by Johan Rockström and others, where basically you can have a whole panel of curves that go from the bottom left to the top right, and this is like why we are here, and this is where the concern comes from. Also, just to follow up on what we heard yesterday about the heat waves, we are, of course, just at the end of two heat waves that have affected much of Europe, and particularly also areas that are not so much used to heat waves, such as the UK and northern Germany and the Netherlands. At the global scale, it can also not be disputed that there's warming going on. I like this way of depicting it because it shows two things. First of all, it shows that there are still areas of the globe where we do not have good data, and some of the disagreement between different global data sets are related to the methods that exist to estimate the changes in those areas where data are sparse. I don't have time to go into that, but this is important. Also sometimes on land, like in central Brazil and in Central Africa, there's just insufficient data, and actually the data is getting worse. There are, of course, satellite products, but there are fewer and fewer meteorological stations. And if we talk about long-term ecological research, we also have to have long-term weather observations for any point of the world. This is the picture for precipitation over land, observed changes during the second half of the 20th century, and you already see a little bit brownish in there. This is actually over here. The Mediterranean shows up mostly as an area where there's not just warming, but there's reduced precipitation. This slide was, I think, already shown by someone before. This was our attempt to compare the trend in the Mediterranean with the global trend for the observational period, and you can see that there's, whether or not one can use percentages for temperature, let that be a separate methodological point, but you see that there's a significantly faster warming in the Mediterranean than there is elsewhere. This is shocking sometimes to people, and then they say, what's so special about the Mediterranean? And we have to then admit, of course, there are other areas in the world too that have faster rates of warming than the global average. It just happens that many of them, as Ricardo showed, many of them are Mediterranean type climates. And also it happens to be the case that in many of them there are a lot of people living there. So in general, I haven't done the analysis yet, but in general, if you look at the populated parts of the world, you already notice a faster rate of global change than if you look at the entire globe, and this is of course a separate concern. And it's not just temperatures that are changing and rainfall, but there's also changes in sea level that have been observed and that are ongoing. This picture for the Mediterranean, it shows that it's a really complex situation, both for absolute sea level change, as it is depicted here, with even some areas experiencing reduced sea level and others increasing sea level. But I will come back to this question, and why it is perhaps of less concern that there's this variability, spatial variability in the Mediterranean than we used to think. One indication This is a tweet based on an article that came out yesterday. This week alone, Greenland will lose about 50 billion tons of ice, which is enough for a permanent rise in global sea level by about 0.1 millimeter. Let that sink in a little bit. I mean, this is an observation. This is not modeling. This is not some fancy mathematics. It's just an observation from Greenland as of the situation that happens right now. Other changes that are of importance for the Mediterranean are that, like other parts of the global ocean, the Mediterranean is acidifying. The reason is simple. The increased concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere leads to a net flux of CO2 into the ocean, and the ocean, in a way, gives us a service because it absorbs not only heat but also CO2. But this absorption of CO2 by the ocean implies an acidification, which is, if you look at the numbers, so far observed numbers, they're not really dramatic yet, but they're very easy to scale up forwards with you don't need a complex model to do that, to see that within decades we can reach a situation which is much more dramatic regarding to acidification. Then there are non-climatic aspects such as the arrival of invasive species or alien organisms, how you want to term them. And of course there's a connection between these and the rates of warming. Let's not deny that. But as these maps also indicate, there's actually a strong influence simply from the physical existence of the Suez Canal and from the recent enlargement of the Suez Canal, which is basically an invitation for many species from the Red Sea and further southeast to enter into the Mediterranean, which they couldn't have done otherwise. And on land, I think this slide has also been shown already earlier on the first day, that there are, of course, many organisms, both animals and plants, that arrive in quantities and spread in quantities in Europe, and Mediterranean Europe particularly, that have not been observed before. And all of this meets a human population, depending on how you exactly delineate the basin. You can talk about 250 to 400 million people. So a very large number of people, and this number is of course growing. We have had some remarks earlier about Paul Ehrlich and population growth. It's clear that in the Mediterranean population is growing, particularly in the megacities in the south, but also, for example, one aspect of migration to the Mediterranean that we need to take into account as well is the migration of people like myself who come from the north and who decide to live in the Mediterranean. There's quite a number of us, and it's interesting and in summer, of course, there are even more temporary tourism. I don't speak much about tourism today. So the Mediterranean is a hotspot also of population growth on the planet. So what changes do we observe in terms of these changes in the environment? This is a picture from the 2003 heat wave, and it's not taken in Australia or the Sahel. This is central France, not even the south of France, central France. The heat wave of 2003 didn't only lead to premature death of rather a high number of the people, but also to significant losses in biomass and subsequently agriculture production in the area. What is less known perhaps to some people is that there are heat waves in the ocean as well, and those heat waves are usually the main cause for coral bleaching, even in the tropics, but also to the degree that there are corals or coralligenous ecosystems in the Mediterranean. These also bleach, and they bleach particularly during those heat waves. And so it's not just the increase of the average temperature, it's actually the increase of the length and intensity of those heat waves. And then I want to appreciate the very good discussion we had yesterday about fire, because this is also one of, like everybody on the street immediately recognizes that fire risk and fire intensity is probably related to warming. But as our discussion yesterday pointed out, while that is true, there are also a couple of additional factors, such as the amount of fuel that we let to be in the landscape and the relationship between the shape of the modern landscapes today, or the look of the modern landscapes today, and the decline of agropastoralism that has basically kept the landscapes open. And there's, I think, a significant agricultural management issue there if we can somehow return to a state where there's less fuel in the landscape and the landscapes are used for other purposes, such as grazing animals. An additional case of observed changes, observed impacts are very high intensity rainfall events. This is in Cannes in southern France. They also come as climatic events, but they also come together with local changes in the system that are actually hit. For example, here in the suburbs of Cannes, a lot of the soil is sealed. And if you have a lot of rain on them, then actually it's not absorbed by the ground at all. It leads to much more flooding than you would normally have in a kind of landscape, more traditional landscape. The attribution of these events to climate change is often disputed or is put into question. I don't have the time to go into the details of that, but usually you cannot say that a particular heavy windstorm or rainstorm is due to climate change as such, but you can quite easily show that its intensity is increased and substantially worse in the presence of global warming than it would have been in a situation without global warming. And then there's, of course, the cases of this is also related to the storms, but also to sea level rise, the coastal flooding, the coastal impacts that I find perhaps to be one of the most significant changes, both observed changes and future risks in the Mediterranean. Venice is a city that knows very well its situations with acqua alta, with flooding of the town. But it has been shown that the frequency and duration of these events is increasing due to global sea level rise and regional sea level rise. And this is, of course, a big concern because Venice actually needs recovery time after each flooding event in order to even exist. And the costs are, of course, very high to protect this piece of historical heritage in the Mediterranean Basin. And if you then look at it, you realize that it's not only Venice. There are other coastal places with a big patrimonial value that are put at risk by sea level rise. And there are regions where sea level rise and increased flooding already affect the estuaries of the big rivers. This is in the Camargue, where essentially a significant part of the Camargue is already being given up to sea level rise because the cost would be too high to maintain those dikes and to ensure that the system would survive. You may not think of that as a big dramatic problem because these are not the most fertile and agricultural systems, but one should remember that other parts of the Mediterranean, notably the Nile Delta and also the river deltas of the Po and the Ebro, are intensively used and important agricultural regions, and that a lot of livelihoods are being affected if those agricultural soils are either affected by flooding or by salinization of the groundwater resource or a combination of the two. So there are strong indications that we actually, for much of the southern part of the Mediterranean, move towards a form of desertification, a condition with significantly drier situation overall, loss of agricultural land, and basically a strong reduction of production capacity of food for the local population. I cannot make this talk without briefly showing this map, this global map, which is from the IPCC, from the last major IPCC report, where we developed a formal method to attribute change in any change observed either in ecosystems or in social systems or in hydrological systems to climate change. Because in all these cases, when you look closely, there's always this argument, how much of it is climate change, how much is perhaps land use change, such as the decline of agropastoralism or other factors. Here now, this was the first time that a really detailed and formalized attribution study was made at the global scale, and invite you to read the relevant chapter in the IPCC report. Coming back to these changes and what causes them, again, the temperature curve, that goes without saying. Why I'm showing this greenhouse gas concentrations curve is to remind you that we're not talking about CO2 only. We're talking about other greenhouse gases, and particularly methane is one that is of concern at the moment because it has uncertainties, and like many of these uncertainties, there is suspicion at the moment that methane emission rates might increase substantially faster in the future than has been recently estimated or observed. But this is somewhat of an open question right now. What we do know is that the CO2 emissions are almost unmitigated, increasing. There are sometimes little wiggles in the curve, but it's pointing upwards, and it's somewhat close to the worst estimates that the IPCC has been presenting over the years. If you ever want to know what the current greenhouse gas emissions are, I invite you to go to the website of the Global Carbon Project, which provides excellent both data and observations and illustrations every year about these cases. From them is also this, you've already seen the triple curves up there, but the bottom panel shows you where essentially from which activities those CO2 emissions come from. Of course, the big gray triangle is from fossil fuel, cement and flaring, cement production and flaring, but there is a significant contribution. It looks kind of small here, but it's really millions of tons of CO2 from what they call forestry and other land use, which is somewhat a euphemism, I would say, for the destruction of tropical forests in both Southeast Asia and Latin America, with a big risk, of course, that the current politics in Brazil and elsewhere might lead to rather an increase of this than the decline that we've seen recently. A more detailed assessment of these greenhouse gas emissions and where they come from by economic sectors is provided by the IPCC. I don't have the time to go through this here in detail. You see, but you see what was brown in the previous one. The agriculture, forestry, land use bit is quite significant. The other two major players are transport and industry, and I will come back to the transport in a moment. If you think about industrial production and how it is causing climate change, then you have to consider this map, which is also from the Global Carbon Project. It basically shows, or it basically recognizes that a lot of the recently increasing greenhouse gas emissions are in China. But why are they in China? Because China produces the goods and that we are consuming and buying in North America and in Europe. So if you attribute greenhouse gas emissions per capita on the planet, then you have to take this into account. You basically have to take our own emissions here plus the emissions that are coming from China and other producing countries as a consequence of our own consumption. Just a reminder that. So how do we get into the risk projections? How do we find out whether this actually matters for us and our children? Climate models have become are now pretty reliable, and the sort of simplest and most straightforward illustration that the IPCC provides for expected temperature changes in the world is this contrast, basically, of four different families of scenarios. Scenarios, I remind you, scenarios are different assumptions about socioeconomic development. They're not assumptions about the climate. The climate is the same climate system that just responds to different degrees of greenhouse gas emissions and aerosols and other factors. And you see here that the most optimistic case is the RCP 2.6 scenario, which is still slightly above Paris in its warming rate. This is, of course from now, not from pre-industrial, but the worst case, the current business as usual is this one that's increasing, and you will see later other slides that follow the same color coding so that you can compare that. More interesting perhaps again is the spatial pattern of these changes, and this was also already said yesterday at the poles, and in particular the northern Arctic and subarctic regions, but also Europe and North America are much more affected by this warming than areas further at lower latitudes. The picture is more complicated for the rainfall changes. The only thing I want to point out again is that the Mediterranean stands out as an area with significant reduction of rainfall. And what the picture is not showing is that this is one of the areas where climate models, despite their uncertainty on rainfall estimates, agree the most. Essentially, for rainfall, you could say there's big variation between global climate models, but most of them showing very similar patterns for the Mediterranean. We have asked the question for the Mediterranean, how do these different scenarios of warming compare to the past variability in the Holocene? Essentially, these black bars here, they show observed changes in the Holocene, Holocene vegetation derived from pollen, from a large assemblage of paleoecological databases. And you can see there's, of course, fluctuation. There are drier periods and there are wetter periods, and so vegetation, natural vegetation changes systematically, but only to a degree. And what we see here with the 4 curves from the climate scenarios is that only if you create what we call a Paris compliant scenario of not more than 1.5 degrees, only then will you stay within the range of the Holocene variability. And any other warming scenario, which are of course more likely at the moment to occur than the 1.5, they let us go into uncharted territory that is outside the Holocene variation. Another indicator in the same sort of representation, sea ice extent in the northern hemisphere. And this, I show this one particularly because at some point for these scenarios, the uncertainty goes away. And when does it go away? When you hit 0, then there's no more a question if there is actually a little bit more, a little bit less, you're just at 0. The ice is just gone. And this needs to be remembered that for some of these factors, there may be uncertainty, there may be wiggles along the way at some point, but if you have a dramatic enough forcing, then you hit basically the roof or the wall or however you call it, and then the system has changed fundamentally in its structure. Similar picture for ocean pH, for acidification. It's an open area of research at the moment, exactly how much, what that means and what feedback systems exist in the ocean biosphere. But it's clear that if you have a reduction in pH from 8.1 to 7.7, that means a total change of the chemical environment for marine ecosystems, and particularly for calciferous organisms, but also for others. How does this now affect people? This is a study for Eastern Mediterranean and MENA cities made by Joost Lelyveld a couple of years ago, where they looked at the summer extreme or warmest temperatures for these major cities, and they basically show that by the end of by the period 2070 to 2099, the total distribution has flipped. I mean, it's no longer just a little bit of a displacement into some area. Basically, what is today the warmest conditions in the variability, they're still colder than what then is the coldest maximum temperatures. It's a little bit complicated to get around this argument, but the point is really that in big cities the warming is so significant that you either have to have a lot more air conditioning or you are essentially going to suffer. The IPCC over the years has developed these kinds of diagrams that have become rather popular. They're called the burning embers diagrams, and they essentially show on the scale from white to dark purple the risks that are associated with different levels of warming for different systems. They have also been criticized because it's very hard to make a very objective determination of where precisely you are with the majority of your systems on these scales. But usually with a expert elicitation approach where you consider many systems together and you argue long enough about it, there's usually quite some good consensus for these figures. And you then, of course, you see that warm water chorus, for example, we are already deep in the red, we are already losing them at a fast rate, and we are also seeing significant cases of coastal flooding, for example. Others are perhaps less dramatic, but equally of concern here in this range between 1.5 and 2 degrees, which is what the Paris Agreement is about. A brief look again at these sea level variations. This is when you first see it, you get a little bit shocked by this picture. It mirrors the one that I showed before. It shows some areas where the sea level is rising, some area where sea level is sinking, which shows that the Mediterranean is, of course, a complex basin with rivers determining much of it, and air pressure, and this is overall, this is fluctuating. But you have to bear in mind two things. One is there are no tides, except for some areas, which means that at any given location, the assumption of people when they install housing, ports, any structure on the coast is that the sea level is where it is. Not like in the north, in northern France or in the Netherlands, where you know there's a lot of fluctuation and you better stay away from that fluctuation. The Mediterranean system is essentially built for no fluctuation. And the second is that these numbers here of millimeters per year they are actually dwarfed by the numbers that you have to take into account when you look at global sea level rise, and of course global sea level rise forces Mediterranean sea level rise. They become a little bit irrelevant, those local differences, if we go into this situation. And here the red curve that I mentioned before for the various other factors, it is so steep that somehow the uncertainty that nevertheless exists up here, that uncertainty is very dramatic, because if you are a little bit wrong, then you can have a lot less, theoretically, or a lot more sea level rise. And this is why for the Mediterranean, if you want to make predictions about Mediterranean coastal situations, you actually have to go to Greenland and Antarctica to understand the system. And you have to ask yourself, if there's sea level rise, where does it actually come from? And this is what I find, I cut this very short, but what I find very of very great concern for Mediterranean conditions, that we seem to be constantly underestimating Antarctic deglaciation. We have been underestimating Greenland deglaciation for quite some time. I know very serious, and they're not climate skeptics, but very serious glaciologists who have told me only a few years ago, yeah, but you know, Greenland, these are these long time scales and so on, and now every couple of weeks, I mean, you saw the notice from last night, we get messages that Greenland is melting much faster than it used to, and then the same glaciologists go, but you know, but Antarctica, it's been there for hundreds of thousands of years, it's not going to change. And of course, it's not going to completely deglaciate, but it's deglaciating, it's losing ice, particularly here under these coastal ice shelves. That is much faster. It's difficult to observe. You don't see it from satellite or anything like that. You have to actually go there and drill and do other complicated studies, and you have to do some modeling as well in order to understand it. But it turns out, and this was this paper by De Conto, exactly, De Conto and Pollard 2 or 3 years ago. They were essentially saying there's a risk that you can only explain the past behavior of sea level if you actually take this into account. I'm running short on time, yes, okay, sorry. So these are the risks, and there are many more of them that we project. And now I just want to make some point that you have to meet the decision makers and communicate that risk. Because the assumption was, if you remember, that the policy maker actually wants to know this. Now, we have had political goal statements that have been developed after extensive consultation with societal actors. One less well known is the Barcelona Convention, but it's actually older than the other two. On this map, it was initially about pollution in the Mediterranean, but now it's about all environmental change. We have the very famous Rio Conventions for climate change, biodiversity, desertification, and wetlands, and we have the Sustainable Development Goals. So we know what we are shooting for. We know better than we used to do 10 years ago why we are doing all this communication effort. The Paris Agreement is a milestone. Why? Because for the first time, governments in the negotiations for the Climate Convention have been considering the science more explicitly than before. And they have basically said, okay, you're telling us about this 2 degrees level. We are realizing that some of our member states are even going to disappear at 2 degrees. So this is of a significant concern. We actually have to come to a way how we can reach those 2 degrees and, if possible, pursue efforts to limit the temperature increase even further to 1.5 degrees above the pre-industrial. Remember, we are at about 1 degree already. And also, of course, the secondary goal aims to strengthen the ability of countries to deal with the impacts of climate change. Now, how to actually inform the decision makers, and who is the decision maker? Is it just the heads of state that have signed the Paris Agreement? No, it's all levels of government, from the international levels like Europe, and the national to the local, but it's also businesses and citizens and even NGOs. And now the case that I want to make, and that I hope really goes home with every one of you, is that those assessment reports by the IPCC and by IPBES and by others are really important documents, and they really require all of our support and also our attention. They're the best effort that science can do in order to provide information. And providing that remains essentially acceptance, this mantra, which gets like burned into your head when you start working with this. Your work must be policy relevant, but not policy prescriptive. And why is this? Because the policymaker is actually a serious professional person, him or her as well. And you have to recognize that. If you don't recognize that, then basically there will be no dialogue. If you step out and say, you should do this and that, and otherwise I'm not going to talk to you, just on a human level it will not work. And this is why there's this mantra on policy relevance and policy prescriptiveness. I was going to talk more about the 1.5 degree report, but there's not enough time. I just remind you that the statement by the IPCC, and it's a very detailed report which is really worth reading in many of its parts, if we want to, we can remain below even 1.5 degrees, but then we have to act very fast, and we have to act in systems and on levels that are perhaps unthinkable from a societal point of view. But from a physical and biological and biogeochemical consideration, we still have a few years where we can install changes that actually will allow us to stay below 1.5 or 2 degrees. The wording in the 1.5 degree report is that we need multiple and profound transformations of the production and use of energy. And just 2 quick examples, not getting you all the way to 1.5, but to show that there's the very existence of the Paris Agreement actually triggered a lot of research that allowed us to better understand these possibilities. There was one study made on agriculture, and I think it's very much in agreement with what the previous speaker was talking about. There are ways to transform agriculture to come to a much lower level of energy use, and it doesn't mean that you completely go vegan or that you completely go into starving world population. This is for Europe, and it's totally possible to reduce, as the study has shown, to reduce by 40% the greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture if you install a set of measures that perhaps are not called sustainable intensification in this study, but agroecological methods. Coming back quickly as a second example, because it's one that I feel very strongly about, is transport. The transport sector, 14% of the emissions, and the interesting part of those emissions is that not only do they disturb the climate, but they also disturb a lot of other things, including public health. So there's this real big issue: can we actually do something about transport emissions? And I think we all can. And I think each of us can think about ways to do it. I do not have the time now to give you detailed studies. Maybe I need to jump over this next part because we're really running out of time. I wanted to show you that there's the Mediterranean effort on providing a synthesis of environmental risks of environmental change. That's an ongoing work which is a little bit mimicking the global assessments by the IPCC and IPBES. Has many authors, many very active people, but I'm happy to answer questions about that at a later stage. I just want to conclude by making the point that civil society, and that includes us, can do things that scientists cannot do. There has been the tradition of the science policy interfacing that I grew up with has been, you are this objective scientist and you go to your IPCC or IPBES meetings, you write your report, you write them very neutral, not policy prescriptive, all of that, and then you go home, usually by an airplane, halfway around the planet, and you feel very good because you've given the information, but you're not actually doing anything. And I think we have to go beyond this. We actually have to, if we want to have the multiple and profound transformations, then we need to do things that are illustrated by these hashtags, for example. You actually have to perhaps go on the streets on Fridays, which many of the young people now are doing, and I really applaud them for that. I actually do believe, this is not a scientific statement, but I do believe that since last year, we're seeing a dramatic change in public opinion and public recognition of the global change problems thanks to the students that go on the streets on Fridays. And they're supported, of course, by parents and by scientists and by others. And I realize this is being noticed if you actually talk about ways to reduce the emissions. This is just today from Publico, the interview I gave yesterday. So there is a willingness to recognize this, but it means we all have to act ourselves. And we should not let anyone stop us speaking up about these matters. So I invite you to all speak up and do what you can in order to reduce the environmental pressures on the planet. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we now have time for questions. Anyone raising their hand?
Everyone needs lunch. Fernando.
No. Many thanks, Wolfgang, for this very nice presentation. Again, particularly the first part left me a little bit with despair. No? It seems that those that we are living in the Mediterranean and we are living farther south, we are in Alicante, so I would like to ask you, what do you think that is going to happen in the Mediterranean? Because it's not only a hotspot for all these reasons, but I'm also particularly worried about the migration, because it's one of the main migration routes at the moment coming from Africa, right? So what are your opinion about what is going to happen in 20, 30, 40 years?
Yeah, of course, I'm not the right person to predict, and maybe nobody can predict the migration at the level of decades. And I think, again, Ricardo already made this point very nicely yesterday, that a lot of migration, a significant part of migration is clearly triggered by environmental change, not by the political problems, although there's a very strong and difficult to disentangle interaction between the two. But it's clear that if we let this go unmitigated, and if we accept a further decrease in living conditions on the southern side and eastern side of the Mediterranean, we produce more migration. That is almost, I wouldn't say a law, but that's kind of unavoidable. So if we put this positively, then I think the mitigation efforts that we put in, first of all, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and climate change, they will also have repercussions on the migration problem. But then afterwards, we still have to deal with the living conditions that make people want to move. And that's a non-climatic issue.
Thanks.
One other question? Or is everyone just thinking of lunch?
Oh, lunch, yeah, seems like it.
I was surprised to see no change in tourism as a result of all these changes. So what's the reason? I mean, from the south, now they will go north instead of what was happening till now? What's the reason of this steady state of tourism?
Where is she? She's there.
Here I am.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I jumped over tourism a little quickly, and there's of course a lot of studies about that. And the question that northern people like myself are often being asked is, how hot can it get before you stop going to the Mediterranean? And it turns out that northern people are still coming to the Mediterranean despite the heat waves. I do not think that the heat waves have generated a significant reduction, some reduction, but not a significant reduction in tourism to the Balear Islands or to the Algarve or to other parts of the Mediterranean. Or not to, I even know people from southern France who in the middle of the heat wave went to southern Turkey because they wanted to be on the beach of southern Turkey. So it appears to be, and I think there's some evidence for that, that tourists are not yet showing much of an impact. But that, if you look at the graphs I showed from the Mediterranean cities, there will be a limit to that. And where it is, we don't know. But I think if we get the amount of extra warming in the summer that these studies indicate, then tourism will be affected. Yeah.
Okay, so I think it's time to wrap up and go for lunch, and thank Wolf.
Please don't go yet. Wait, volunteers close the doors. Where is it? So. Hi, please. So, the announcements now. The session T9, P10 will be on room 2221, not in 2215, as you have in your badge. Okay, 2221. There are awards at the conference, 3 Best Oral Communication Awards in which you can vote, and 4 Best Poster Awards in which one you can vote on Transmitting Science booth. For the oral ones, you have here the link, and it's all information are in our website. Go to the tag about the Congress and then communication prizes. Yes, take photos. I'm giving time. Okay. For the, no? Have you taken? Yeah, okay. Okay, perfect. Then you can choose your favorite poster at the Transmitting Science booth. You only have to write down in a piece of paper the code of the posters. Every poster has that code. T, X represents the topic, and PO, the poster, and Y, the number of the poster. Okay, just write that. T something dot PO something. The live watch will be presenting from lunch and from 13:30 to 14:30, so don't miss their presentations in the cinema area at the C6 building. Tonight we have the Congress dinner, so don't get lost. If you need any information about how you should go there, please ask the volunteers and us. And now, photo time. Okay, so Vasco, where is Vasco? Vasco is here. You have to smile, 2 photos, okay, with different logistics, so pay attention, please. First one, Vasco will capture you sitting, so you have to smile, okay? And then Vasco will run to the, no, Mariana is there. Say hello, Mariana. Mariana is there, you can see her, so she'll take a photo from there. You have to stand here and look up, okay? After this one, okay? Okay, doubts? Everything okay? Smile, don't forget to smile, please. Okay, the people that are on this side have to do like this, or half go to the back or to the corridors, please. Okay, thank you. Wonderful people. Thank you. Oh my God, this actually is working. Thank you. Volunteers, please fill the gaps. Can you... Thank you. No, this doesn't fall. Okay. Don't forget to have a second photo, okay? Don't leave. Volunteers at the doors. Thank you. You are an amazing audience. Okay.
So we start here.
Please come up to the stage if there is room. This is excellent for networking.
Anda lá, Joana. És tu. Anda. Não, tu é que não estás. Tu estás.
Get to know each other. Please squeeze a little bit.
Não, mete assim no ar.
Diz.
Não sei que não.
Tá bom? You can also take selfies while you're like that, okay? Hashtag EEFLisbon2019. Smile. Don't do that. Your hands will be in the front of it. Thank you very much and enjoy your lunch.
Hello, everyone. People are slowly coming in after lunch, but I think we have to start. Otherwise, it's going to be delayed. So hopefully there will be more people coming before Rafael is starting his lecture. Now Amelia is coming in, so I think I will wait just 1 second for her. No. Okay, I will start. So we have the next speaker is Rafael Sarda, which is a senior scientist at the Spanish National Council of Research, working in a small place, very beautiful place apparently, Blanes, in Costa Brava, close to Barcelona. And he's doing research on the coastal and marine socio-ecological system in this unit. He's also collaborating with a lot of business schools worldwide, so different business schools in different places of the world. And he's co-founder of the Business and Environmental Group of the Global Alliance of Business Schools. His research has been mainly on applications in the frontier between social and ecological systems, how they work and interact, how to cope with present and emerging local and global environmental problems, and what role does science play for regulating these problems. So the topics are more coastal zone management, ocean governance, soft bottom marine benthic ecology, and sustainability. So a wide range of topics related with marine biology. And also, last but not least, Rafael asked me to say that a very fundamental characteristic is that he's a big, big supporter of FC Barcelona. You should all know that. Okay, Rafael, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a nice introduction, and it's true. The important thing is that it's true. I'm a big supporter. Thank you for the invitation. I promise to you to be much more creative than the title of the talk, which is basically to put 6 words in your talk. So, but I will do a better job probably than just what is in the title. I'm going to talk about marine ecology, but basically it's much more on the side of environmental science. Huh? So, of course, if you imagine the Sustainable Development Goals and you imagine marine ecology, Sustainable Goal 14 is life below water, marine ecology, so every one of us is doing, well, every one of the audience that is a marine ecologist is doing something for this particular goal. So this is the job, but I think that I'm going to pass to you messages in which probably we need to do this job for sure, because it's our profession, but something else. Huh? And there's something else goes in line a lot with what Wolfgang said at the very beginning, which is basically the same I was prepared for you. If you have seen The Day of Tomorrow, in The Day of Tomorrow, there is one moment in which one guy says, all the guys that are under this latitude should be evacuated, the other will die. So I'm not going to say that all the older guys in the audience are going to die. We will die soon, but anyway, we will die. But the talk is much more on this 20-something, 30-something, 40 middle. That's and I promise to you to give you a final message, and this final message basically is for this particular audience. Okay, so talking about The Day of Tomorrow, it came to me because of your talks. I don't know how many of you saw these things, but maybe the Americans, yes, but in the New York Times last August, it was an editorial in one particular weekend about climate change. It was a 30-40 pages article, fantastic article, talking about the science of climate change, and the basic message is that we all know what happened in the 70s. The basic science of climate change, we know it from the 70s. In the 90s, if you follow the records that we have had from the 50s to the 90s, we knew it in the 90s that we will be in 450 in 2030. We are going to be there in 2030. Why? Because the planet economy of the world is decided until 2025. We are not going to change anything. Because, and the Americans that are in the audience will agree with me, Donald Trump is going to win the next elections in US. So it means that all the planet economy for the entire world is decided until 2030, so we are not going to change. We are going to be there in 2030. So This is the situation. And we know it because it's an exponential curve. What we don't know is the consequences. So now we're facing the consequences, but we know that the point is there. So just saying that, we need to react and we need to do something else. This something else is what is needed, but I promise I'm not going to talk about climate change. I'm going to talk about marine ecology, and always putting this particular chart at the beginning of my talks, because in a way it's what the mindset of people in general in the world have changed during the last 100 years, and you will see that the last 3 sets are basically divided in 20-20-20, and this 20 years from the century is ending very, very soon. So we need to see what is going to be behind 2020. But I will start with marine ecology. I will start with marine ecology. Back in my age, and I have Marco and Christos here, that they used to be like me, people that start his career working with worms, with polychaetes. At that time, we were just polychaete people, and I still do that basically by hobby. But after my thesis and after my first years, I decided to move into marine ecology. That's why I'm here, probably. And I was working in the States with a guy that also, as the one that was just teaching this morning, talking this morning, they were part of a long-term ecological experiment in the States. Ivan Valiela in Woods Hole, working with John Teal, Sipowicz and Mars, casing experiments, fertilizing experiments. This guy started to think about the creation of this book. They produced the book. In 1995, they made this book, Marine Ecological Processes. It's a very famous book in which you can find the basic knowledge about marine ecology. All these things are there. And this guy has done, I'm going to say, a very good friend, also is a very good supporter of FC Barcelona, Ivan. And I'm going to see him in 30 days. He did different editions, and these different editions, when you see the difference between the one or the third, is basically that they introduce the word impacts, a word that I hate, impacts, are tendencies. But basically, the basis is there. Okay, so before to start to move into these messages that I want to pass to you and the way in which I'm going to approach my talk, just where we are. We live in this planet. We live in this planet in which we are growing 1.2% since we crossed the millennia per day. The last billion people came into the last 12 years, and we know in 2030 we will be 8.5. And we live in a planet that if you increase this 1 order of magnitude, we are producing a free market economy. We are just working in this production-consumption machine, in which if we don't consume, if we don't produce, the world goes bad. The economy says that if we don't grow in 3% per year, we are just entering a crisis. This is what we have had during the present millennia, bad because we have a big recession. Now we are growing a little bit bigger. And because of that, we have different megatrends that are just following these two big forces, population and affluence. And if we include here another factor with the technological factor, we have these big 9 megatrends that are right now facing the way in which we are living in the world. These 9 megatrends goes along with another one, which is the one that every time is repeated here, which is that we have an environmental crisis. And I think that these 10 megatrends are the ones that face the moment of our existence in the earth right now. So we have entered in this particular Anthropocene era, and we are modifying. We are a force, a big force. Humans, we are a big force that are modifying these Earth system processes, and including in these Earth system processes the ones that relate with the marine ecology. Okay, just to give you another idea of what is this environmental moment in which we are. We have this population world. We live in a world with 1% increase in pollution world. We live in a world that requires to growth in activities in 3%. We live in a world in which everything is accelerated, everything goes into an exponential way. We live in a world in which everything is connected, so the butterfly effect, everything is connected. And we live in this world of the donut, or or whatever you want to call it, but in which we realize that we have these boundaries, we have these planetary boundaries, and these boundaries are there. And we live in a world in which people live well, but people live really bad. So and we are just accumulating social and environmental crises. Okay, let's go back to this timeline just to introduce another two things that for this talk about marine ecology are important. One is the blue growth. And I'm sorry, I'm going to put a phrase because what I want to say right now, which is in Spanish, some of you can follow, but I'm going to put this because one thing that I think is very important, especially for young people, but I think for everyone, that this blue growth took a wave, get its wave after the Rio +20 conference, in which we start to talk about more and more about the situation in the oceans, and to try to get a better management related with ecosystem approach strategy that UN put at the end of the last century, a better management of these complex systems, and we start to talk about the blue economy. One of my missions these days is to form part of an interministerial committee in Spain, transposing the last directive we have of maritime and spatial planning, and provoking and doing the plans that we are just putting forward just to implement this particular directive there. 15 days ago, we made a meeting in Madrid. They presented us a draft, and we were revising this draft for the regional plans that we are going to put forward because of the directive, and that was in which they describe the blue economy. And this is basically what is here is something that is reported by the DG Mare in Brussels, and you can find this thing in many reports of the community. Okay, if you read that, this is what is traditional economy. This is the ocean economy. And this is not the blue economy. This is not the blue economy. So in a way, and this is going to be one of the messages, we need to teach people what is the status, what is the economy we want for the future. Because many of the jargon that we speak is not the jargon that they speak on the other side. This is my best definition of blue economy. I found that, and I recommend strongly this particular article of The Economist. I recommend strongly that you go through that, because this is what I think is a blue economy, something that you can differentiate for the ocean economy you are facing these days. And the difference goes in the two latest lines that says, in balance with the long-term capacity of oceans to support this activity and remain resilient and healthy. And what is resilient and what is healthy? This is some words that not everyone understands the same way. Okay, the other thing that I'm going to talk very quickly, but also it's important, is the speech of Ban Ki-moon in 2013 that changed a little bit the way in which the United Nations wanted to put forward what right now we have the Sustainable Development Goals coming from the Millennium Development Goals and introducing the basis, this life support basis that we have between them, the Sustainable Development Goal 14, life below water. Okay, now I'm going to give you a very, because we have only half an hour, and I'm mostly talking about the Mediterranean because it's the sea in which you are almost sleeping, Wolfgang. I'm not. Wolfgang, I'm going to talk about the Mediterranean. Don't sleep. We are friends. We are friends. We were sharing this wonderful regional environmental change magazine, so we are friends. But that's why, probably. So I will use this particular diagram that also relates with the long-term ecological research, and just to describe the seas and oceans as a social ecological system. And I'm going to use this framework, this driver pressure state welfare response framework, just to go through a very, very rapid description of the elements that form part of the situation of the oceans. But I want to emphasize here that this is basically this is our languages. If you go to the, I don't know why it gets in that way, but anyway, if we go into the socioeconomic part of the world, this is the language they use: impacts, effects, consequences, or impact and results, but impact, effect, consequences. And sometimes we put the impact here instead welfare, and the situation about languages sometimes gets difficulties in how we can relate one to the other, to these two worlds, environmental and socioeconomic world. Okay, well, I will use that. And just to go very rapidly through these different elements, the drivers, coming back to the economies, this is the drivers of the ocean economy. Those are the drivers of the ocean economy these days. And the traditional ones, the emerging ones, divided in a kind of classification. Here you have something called restoration, nature-based solutions. I think that this part of the economy, this part of the industries are not very well put there, but in the future, I believe there is plenty of room for industries, companies, activities in that world, but those are the drivers. If we move into the pressures, you probably know much better than me, all the work of Halper, on the work of Michele in the Mediterranean, putting together the different layers from different pressures coming from different activities, try to get scores to each one, just to come up with one kind of map and follow this map through time to see in which way regions of the Med, regions of the world get more pressures or less than others. If we move into the States, we have in Europe, and I think that this is a great idea, the good environmental status. It's a great idea. Probably the accomplishment of the idea, the practical issue of the idea is still very soft, still very fluffy, but the philosophy behind is great. To describe which is the state of the city you want, and to restore most of these states to the vision that you have for the future. So we have these descriptors, we have indicators associated to the descriptors. The first day there was one guy here, one person here saying the minimum common denominator. Of course, this is based on the minimum common denominator by nations, but we have at least something that says, okay, this is the state we want, at least. So this is the state, and also we can put all together. We can try to relate drivers, pressures, and states. At the end, I'm going to give you some thoughts about what I'm doing right now. One of the latest things we did 2 weeks ago was to interview, to make questionnaires to different science. It was around 40, a group of 40 science, to fill this particular matrix, putting the industries that directly or indirectly affects the sea, and see in which way can affect just perception, because at the end I will tell you something about what's a materiality matrix, but just perceptions about the industries affecting the different descriptors, the descriptors of the good environmental status. Okay, that's the perception of science. There is another perception coming from business. There is another perception coming from normal people. So the way you relate these perceptions is important. So you can relate these perceptions also. You can relate this perception also with the layers of pressures and with descriptors. So you have plenty of things that you can do today in addition to the normal marine ecology work you've done. So here you have three thoughts. On one way, just to help to understand what is this definition of the blue economy. This is, as I told you, it's not easy. In the meeting of Madrid, you saw the definition that was in the draft. I was there representing science, but there was another 2 persons representing the General Directorate of the Coast and the General Directorate of the Environment, and the rest were different people from different agencies that are activities on the sea and the militaries. There were 5 or 6 militaries there. Those guys doesn't know anything about the blue economy. Those guys doesn't know anything probably about the healthy environment. You need to teach them, and you need to tell them what needs to be done. And they are 18, you are 3. So here seriously, is a need of these languages. All the relation between drivers, pressure, and states, and also I think that we have a lot of possibilities if we start to work. By the way, the Sustainable Development Goal 14 is a kind of vision for the state of the sea global side. This is the vision that we have in Europe. So more or less we are working with the same concept, the same idea. So the only thing that this is much more developed. But this philosophy is okay, it's fine, it's fantastic. But we should try to get it not just in this minimum common denominator. We can sound the sea. We can just put different gens to work in different places and try to get better states in different locations. Okay, on the other side, we went to drivers, pressure, states. We have the 2 other components, the welfare and the response. When we talk about welfare, we are using these days, and you have seen in this particular conference many talks about ecosystem services. Here you can find it in this classification, but you can use other different types of classification. But finally, you get these particular ideas, and these particular ideas, you see, there are some ones that are just put it in blue, because those services can be differentiated to what is intermediate and final services. When you work as a marine ecologist, and you work in marine ecological processes, you work in primary production, you work in food webs, you work in direct relation between species, you work in geochemical cycles, you work in these things that basically these things are these intermediate ecosystem services. So in a way, you need to link the classical marine ecology science with the jargon that is used today in order to pass these ideas into the other side, which are the guys that are working in the socioeconomic arena. So you have this, then you have your final ecosystem services that are much easy to be understood by the other part, and then you finally get into the benefits. And if you want to see this and you want to pass these measures in a very, very simple way, I learned that, and I think it's great. I learned that from a Canadian professor. You can just say, as a journalist, you have no fish here, you have no fisheries, you have no fishermen. Very, very easy way to pass these three ideas. As a marine ecology, you work normally here, explaining why are not fish in the ocean. But in the future, you will need to explain all together. And this is part also of the role of science these days. Together with that, you go into benefits. The benefits of the ocean economy. The benefits of the ocean economy these days, which for the Mediterranean are those ones. This comes from another report we are just developing right now. So almost 400 billion yearly annual revenues. From this, the gross value add is 205, and 5 million jobs. Almost the person who speaks this morning was just also telling 5 million people dying because of healthy, not healthy food. Sorry. Okay, so those are the numbers, the benefits of the ocean economy. We need to keep these numbers, but transforming the economy. And we cannot do that if we are not working with the guys that are doing this activity, which is basically companies. Okay, so the Sustainable Development Goal 14 is here. Another one very, very important, and I think that we should try to get it much more on the issue is the Sustainable Development 17, which is partenariats, which is partnerships, which is working with the actors that are relating that we will see. Very quickly about the Sustainable Development 14, because you can get this information basically through the web, but for the guys that are working on marine ecology, if you are working with eutrophication, plastics, those are the indicators of the target 1. If you are working on management, and in the way I work in management, in 5 minutes, no? 6 minutes. And management, then you move into that. Acidification, you talk about acidification, is part of the target. Sustainable fisheries, MPAs, conservation issues, and then other issues that are much more related with other sustainable development goals, just to try to improve lives in other places of the world. Or this particular one, it's amazing that here, I don't know why, it's not marine science, it's just marine technology, but it's there, and you have different indicators just to work with this goal. In addition to everything that relates your business, your job with that, there are other documents, and I recommend to you to go through these 2 documents about the situation of the oceans, produced by the Global Commission of Oceans, in which they explain a lot about issues and a lot about why we are getting down and why we should go up. Okay, so here you have another 3 general messages that in which you can do something else besides the normal job of being marine ecologist, and relate that with sustainable development goals or with the situation in the environmental science. The final issue I want to bring up is the relation with the response. And here I'm working much more on the business side than on the policymaker side. I think that it's more important the business side than even the policy side. And one person, sorry about that. One person this morning said about this issue, So there are 2 words that connects this diagram from the 2 sides, which is our impact, and one very important, which is dependence. Business depends on the services provided by the sea, and we need to help to them to understand this issue. A business can be out of the issue because they don't put attention on that issue. And you know probably this guy was the secretary of the UNFCCC in the conference of Copenhagen, and this conference was a complete failure, and then he resigned, and when he resigned he said this phrase, which is the same phrase that I want to bring to the response I want to show to you. Okay, business, you need to go to business to talk with guys, because these guys sometimes, you say that, these guys sometimes are prepared to hear you. And one of the differences that we have 10 years ago from now is that big corporations always have as chief sustainability officers. I used to work with polykids, now I work with chief sustainability officers. And those guys are prepared to hear you. And even are prepared that you mold you. They have, of course, their assumptions, they have, of course, their priorities, their objectives, but at least they hear you. We can use that. So I'm going to do a little bit of marketing. Sorry about that, but being here, I'm going to do a little bit of marketing. Those are ideas about how the sustainability incorporation have been done in the past. Give me 2 minutes. And, sorry. And sorry about that. And they passed for a very preliminary one. They move into this one that is the one that every company is doing that day, which is the triple bottom line. We have produced a book right now, this book, this book try to emphasize a new definition. Well, there are plenty of definitions of sustainable development, but a much more concise definition of sustainable development just related with the sustainable development goals. And in addition, we are trying to pass a new concept on the way in which companies should approach the future. A company that we name it Business in Nature, a company that pays attention not just on this creating shared value, on this corporate social responsibility that you already have of this triple bottom line, but also, which is basically this, This is what today you find in business. But in addition to that, you need to put another pillar here, which is this pillar that you should not modify more earth system processes, or even you need to restore these earth system processes. And the point is that in order to do that, you cannot do it alone. And this is another thing that needs to be introduced in business. You need to work together. The work for business this millennia, or this century, is not competition but collaboration. And it goes much more on the Sustainable Development Goal 17. You need to do that for sure, because if you don't collaborate, you cannot be effective. Others will take that. So they need to cooperate. Okay, so I will jump that. This is the, sorry. No thanks, no, not yet. 2 minutes, okay. So this is the project we are working with. I cannot present any information yet because it encompasses right now more than 50 companies, but we are going to have around 70 at the end, large multinationals in this project. You will hear something about that, but of course I don't have authorization to show you something more. But this is the kind of project directed to the response. Directed to the response, and also something new that we are preparing. Well, it's not prepared; it's already done. In Barcelona, we are developing a venture building platform, a platform just for marine restoration projects, in which we want to develop an equity fund. We have developed the equity fund, and we want to help people worldwide to develop marine restoration projects. Social ecological impact investment fund. Okay, so in addition to that, and those are the two conclusions, this message that we saw during the talk. Another one, which is important, which is do something else, which is not just use your science. Of course, you need to do your science. If you don't do your science, you will not go into the professional life. So you do your science, but also do something else. And this something else needs to be able to be ambassador of this change in lifestyles we need, or an influencer. You should be an influencer of influencers, because these influencers can influence others, and the people influenced can change the world in which we are living these days. We need to become influencers. And probably influence of young people, these young people that knows how to manage this kind of communications and how to move this wave in order to produce a change, because the change is completely needed. And finally, and just to say one thing, I wanted to say something about this particular nice auditorium, that if you go into this auditorium, you go into the walls, you will see that the gender parity in the walls is not too large. And I want to recognize Luis Saldaña, because in 1980 we have an Iberian symposium, Benzing symposium meeting here, and I met him, so thank you. But this gender parity that's in the walls is even better than the gender parity of the Nobel Prize of Economy. There is only one woman, only one female that won the Nobel Prize of Economy, Elinor Ostrom. And Elinor Ostrom, and I said about Elinor Ostrom because we heard the tragedy of the commons the first day. Elinor Ostrom won the Nobel Prize of Economy reverting the tragedy of the commons, putting an economic theory to revert the tragedy of the commons at the local level. Okay, the mission of the young people in the audience is to take this theory and to bring this theory at the global level to revert the tragedy of the commons. I don't know for what reason you give a Nobel Prize to one person and then you don't use this theory that allows the guy to win the Nobel Prize. But this is the case in that. And I think that we need the time just to come again with the theories of Ostrom and try to save the world. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Rafael, for this very inspiring lecture with a lot of messages for the young people. So I would like to know now if there is small time for questions, but there will be some time for questions or comments. Yeah, there is
Don't
one.
be mad. Don't be mad with me.
Thank you. No, it was the part that I heard was a very good talk. Thank you. No, but my question is about corporate social responsibility. It's not a field that where I work very much with companies directly. I just have the feeling that it to bring us closer to the Sustainable Development Goals, you cannot just count on it alone. You actually have to have regulations, a regulatory framework that allows companies to have a level playing field. I remember I was once talking to the acting technical director of a nuclear power plant. This was on the anniversary of the Chernobyl accident, and we were talking about nuclear power and so on. And he said, I don't need to do nuclear power. I can do other things. It's just that society puts me into a position where I do that. And if society wants something else through a regulatory framework that actually affects everybody, not just me and my company, then I can do better or different or something else. Now, where do you think that this takes us with respect to your corporate philanthropy even and responsibility and the Sustainable Development Goals? Can we really count on businesses themselves without being regulated to bring us closer to sustainability?
Well, the answer very easy is not yet now. No, yet now. Talking about the nuclear power, also the issue is, I think I just raised the hands 2 or 3 times, and one of the times that I raised the hand during the conference was to say about externalities. The issue to have the nuclear power is because you don't count on the externalities. If you put the externalities on the issue, nuclear power will be just out of business for energy. But anyway, talking about corporate social responsibility, it's great that you put this, because in that case I have 1 minute just to explain better this particular slide, because I couldn't go through at that time. So this is the 20th century. So this is the 20th century. Corporate social responsibility is something that companies should put ahead just 20 years ago, or even 25, 30 years ago. And although there are companies that are still talking about corporate social responsibility, today when we cross the millennia, and now companies are moving much more on, not just corporate social responsibility, but they are talking about sustainability in general. And sustainability in general, there is a very good article, very good paper that recommends to you, even if it's nothing to be with ecology, which is a Porter and Cramer paper saying creating shared value. And this creating shared value is the way in which companies today understand sustainability, having a positive impact on the economic side and on the social side, and not still these 3 pillars. Still companies are watching the movie as social, economic, and environmental. And this is the picture of the 20th century. You need to see the movie these days in socioeconomy and environment, and working together. We are in this social ecological paradigm. And this change is in production right now. And we have this positive thing creating shared value, but in addition, and this is something that it didn't land yet in business at all, is that we need this pillar. Because companies are isolated, and probably this pillar can be related with policy. Of course, I didn't say that the policy is not important at all. When I put the Ivo de Boer phrase, it says in addition to the policy, but the big transformation should come from business. But in addition, of course. But the point is that we need a new vision for the nature state, and this vision for the nature state, you can put a piece, but the great issue would be that all companies work together in partnerships, create these partnerships, just to do these collaborative agreements, to find standards, to find things that you cannot overpass, to try to put limits, to try to collaborate and to be eco-effective, not just eco-efficient.
Is there another question or comment? I have one Oh, okay. Yes, please. We take just yours. Yeah, no, just 1 second.
Okay, I don't have any question, just a comment.
How do you?
I'm not a marine ecologist, but I really thank you for this presentation because I think it can be shaped and rethought in many different parts of the economical world, even when it's not strictly related to marine ecology. Thank you very much.
No, thank you for your kind words. It's true. I agree 100% that if you take the examples and put the examples on the terrestrial system, you can just hear the same. I'll try to put the message just for the guys that are marine ecologists to do, but it's certainly the same for terrestrial ecologists.
Yeah, okay. I have just well, it's both a comment and a question. It's because I also think it's very important what you said and can be applied. I work at the landscape level, not terrestrial landscapes, but I also could see a lot which could be useful. But my question is about the role of researcher, because I think when researchers approach companies, they want to continue doing their research, so they want to be analytical. They want the companies to help them in designing the research, asking questions, and then solving the questions. But the companies want to put in place solutions, so they are it's much more about design than about being analytical. The question is whether we, as researchers, are prepared for this, to work in the companies, even if we don't have all the evidence needed for that, to take the step, and they're making proposals together with the companies of what could be tested. Because this is a different role than what we are used to.
Yes, I will respond to this question coming in the reverse side. So in the 20th century, the role of companies was to be profitable and to stay longer. Now they get another role, which is the role of education people in order of how to approach their they should be, but many companies are taking this role of education as seriously. The role of science is to do science. The role of scientists is to do your science, that's for sure. We paid for doing papers, for making projects, so we need to do science. But I disagree a little bit, I don't know if Osvaldo is here. No, he's not here, so I can disagree, not a little bit, I disagree with him in the fact that, because if not, we will enter in that discussion later. In the fact that we only need to do evidence-based science. I don't think that it is time just to be producing evidences. There are plenty of evidences. I say the one about climate change. We know climate change, and we know since the 90s that we will get in 2030, 450. We will have produced a lot of evidence. I think that the role of science, especially young people, is, well, is this one plus. There are other roles. They need to have the role of influencing people. You need to influence. We need to influence, even if we are 60 people, 60 old, very old anyway. We need to influence. We need to pass the message that what we know is something that if we don't reverse the situation, there was one question this morning about what will happen in 30, 40 years. Well, 30, 40 years is going to be wars everywhere. It's going to be a chaos. We'll have a lot of walls to avoid 1 billion people coming into Europe. This is the future. It's the Hollywood future. It's true, it's Hollywood future, but Hollywood is telling us what is going to happen, and we don't react. And we cannot react. We are not policymakers, but we can influence people. And I think that is one of the roles that we need to take. Sorry about that.
It is my great pleasure to welcome Dr. Fernando Maestre. He is a principal researcher at the University of Alicante in Spain, but also holding a position as a professor in the Rey Juan Carlos University, also in Spain. He leads the research group on dryland, ecology and global change. And his scientific career has been mostly devoted to understanding how dryland ecosystems work and how they respond to ongoing global change. His presentation today is actually on the topic, and it's entitled "The Role of Biodiversity in the Functioning of Global Drylands in a Warmer and Also More Arid World." Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks a lot for the presentation, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me. It's really my pleasure to be back in Lisbon after 13 years. Yeah, it has been a while since I'm here. So it's really a pleasure to be here to talk a little bit about the research that we do in our lab. Now we moved to Alicante recently, in the southeast of Spain, where I come from. And the topic of my talk will be about biodiversity and ecosystem functioning in drylands. Most of the research we do focus on trying to understand how dryland ecosystems function and how they are responding to ongoing global environmental change. And the study of biodiversity ecosystem function in relationships is one of the main topics of our research. Okay, I guess most of you will be familiar with how dryland ecosystems look like. As you know, we are talking about areas, ecosystems located in areas that typically have a low amount of rainfall, very high potential evapotranspiration, in the case of hot drylands, very high temperatures. So as a result, these are environments characterized by a lack of resources, mostly water. So as a result, these areas can support a continuous vegetation cover, perennial vegetation cover. So we typically have this type of landscapes, no matter if you are in Tunisia, in Peru, in the southeast of Spain, or in Kenya, where you have these discrete plant patches surrounded by open areas without vascular vegetation. Why to study drylands? Well, there are multiple reasons for doing that. For me, one of the most important ones is because I come from Alicante, around here. So it's a dryland area, so I was raised as a person and as a scientist in this type of environment, so I have a personal appreciation for that. But beyond personal reasons, drylands are really important at the global scale. They cover over 45% of the terrestrial surface, they host over 40% of the global population, and they are critical to guarantee the sustainability of our planet, because some of the fastest human growing populations, human populations, are located in many dryland regions. So they are really, we need to pay much more attention to drylands in many aspects, not only from the ecological point of view, but also from the socio-economical point of view. And drylands are very important today, but they are going to be even more important in the future. And I'm sure that this graph is already outdated after watching to Ricardo's talk yesterday. So if we follow the latest estimates from the IPCC, suggest that by the end of the century, the global extent of drylands will increase between 11 and 23%, depending on the emission scenario. And this is no matter what, because as you know, temperatures are increasing, potential evapotranspiration is going to increasing, and the degree of aridity, measured as the ratio between precipitation and potential evapotranspiration, is going to increase. And what is very interesting, or was very interesting and surprising to me when I started my PhD and I became interested in ecology, is that if you go to the primary literature, if you go to most or the most famous ecology textbooks and look for classical topics like biodiversity and ecosystem function, most of the work come from non-dryland ecosystems. So, and this is something that we try to fill this with humble. I really like this word. I learned a new word in English, humble, because of Osvaldo. Thank you very much. This is our little contribution to contribute to fill this important gap in our understanding. So I'm going to present some of the results that we have obtained in the last years. I will try not to put too much stuff, but I would like to concentrate on the topic of the talk, which is the relationship between biodiversity and ecosystem functioning in global drylands. And for doing this, I would like to introduce the EPES Biocom survey. This is a global observational survey that I have been coordinating between 2006 and 2016. It took over 10 years to do, and we are still processing data and publishing results from this survey.
And this was a quite unique experience because I was able to lead and to coordinate from Spain a global survey done in 236 dryland ecosystems from 21 countries from all continents except Antarctica. And the nice thing about the survey is that it was the first global standardized survey that was done in every place using the same standardized protocols. So either ourselves or collaborators, it was really a truly global effort with more than 60 scientists involved from over 30 institutions working worldwide. So we gathered information on the plant community using standardized protocols. We collected soils from all the sites. These soils were sent back to Spain, and either in my lab or in the lab of collaborators, all of them all the samples were always analyzed for a given variable in the same lab. So we avoid the problems associated to running analysis in multiple labs. So from these samples, we characterize multiple variables related to carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus cycling, which are surrogates of important functions that drive processes like nitrogen cycling, and which are also used often as proxies of supporting ecosystem services. And of course, we were able to gather a lot of abiotic information and a lot of other information about our sites. This survey is really a nice snapshot of how natural and semi-natural dryland ecosystems look like. We did not control for human impacts, other than we avoided highly human disturbed areas or agricultural areas, urban areas affected by mining or infrastructure. But other than that, we did not control important things like, for instance, grazing. Some areas were grazed, some areas were protected. But we cover pretty much most of the vegetation types that you can find in drylands nowadays. We have pure grasslands, pure shrublands, everything in between. We have dry forests like the Caatinga in Brazil. We have typical eucalyptus forests in Australia, African savannas. We have sites very close to the sea in the southeast of Spain, sites at more than 4,000 meter height close to a volcano in Peru. We have sites with less than 100 millimeters of rain in the south of Tunisia, all the way up to more than 1,000 millimeters of rain in Venezuela, for instance. So we really covered it's a nice snapshot of how dryland, we try to characterize ecosystem structure and functioning in global drylands. So, some of the results. These are, I'm going to only present results about the role of organisms driving ecosystem functioning, and in particular biodiversity. We have been publishing, doing a lot of analysis with this data, but I will just try to present only data on this particular topic. So the first study that came out from this survey was a very simple one, where we tried to address a classical ecological question, or at least a very important one over the last 20 years, which is the relationship between ecosystem functioning and biodiversity. And we focus on a word that now is very trendy, which is multifunctionality, which I'm sure most of you, if not all, will have read about it or are working on it, which this word multifunctionality, we try to quantify in a quantitative way the capacity of ecosystems to provide multiple functions at the same time. We value ecosystems not only because they produce biomass, not only because they recycle nutrients, but we value them because they do this at the same time. And with this word, or with this concept, we try to quantify this capacity of ecosystems. And we did it over the years. We have been using different approaches. Some are more simple than others, but at the end, the most simple one works pretty well in most cases. So it's a very simple approach, is that we calculate multifunctionality as the standardized average of the different soil functions that we measure, related to carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus cycling. So what we get, when we correlate with the species richness in the x-axis, square root transform, and multifunctionalities here in this graph, we found a lot of scatter. As you can see, the R-square is very low, below 5% in all cases. But no matter if we look at multifunctionality or variables related to carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus cycling, we always found a positive correlation. Remember, this correlation, this is observational data. We need to be very careful when interpreting them. But as you can see, the R-square was very low. So one nice message, particularly to early career researchers: if you get an R-square of 0.05, it's not the end of the world. You still can publish that. But because of this If it's significant or not, it's not really relevant here because we have many data points, and with many data points, everything will be significant at the end. But because of the R-squared was so low, we did additional analysis to see if the amount of variation explained by species richness was relevant. So we did a follow-up analysis using a multi-modeling approach, where in addition to species richness, we consider multiple abiotic variables that we know that are important drivers of ecosystem function in drylands, variables related to climate, variables related to soil texture, and also abiotic variables like slope, which is an important determinant of how water moves and infiltrates in the soil in these environments. So we run a multi-model analysis with all possible models, combining the different variables, the different predictors. More than 250 models were run. We ranked them according to the Ecological information criterion, and here I present the eight best models. So 3 messages I would like to give. All of them include the species richness, and when you take the best model and the most parsimonious model, and you remove species, and you compare these models with the same models without the species richness, we observe an important drop in the Ecological information criterion, suggesting that even the amount of variation is around 5%, is very low, is still relevant to explain all the variation we found in multifunctionality. And these models explain more than 55% of the variation, which is not bad at all. So we get some evidence of the positive correlation between biodiversity, species richness, and ecosystem functioning. As you know, biodiversity has multiple facets, or I don't know if that's the right word in English, multiple aspects. And one of the aspects that has generated a lot of interest over the last years has been functional diversity, the diversity of functional traits, particularly within plant communities. So this is a topic that we have been also working with our database. This is work led by Nicolas Gross when he was a sabbatical in my lab. Unfortunately, we were not able at the time to measure plant functional traits in situ, but we use databases and floras, mostly TRI and other databases, and we're able to gather data at the community level for more than 120 sites of all the sites we survey. And we have been doing analysis to quantify the relative importance of taxonomical and functional diversity as driver of ecosystem function in multifunctionality. I will try to summarize. These are results published a couple of years. In this graph, I present the parameter estimates of all these predictors of multifunctionality, and in this graph is the amount of variation explained by group of predictors. The overall models were relatively good, explain more than 60% of the variance in the data, and here are abiotic variables, and here different taxonomical and functional diversity. And for functional diversity, we use indexes based on the mean and the variance, and indexes based on the skewness and the kurtosis. This was a quite novel approach that has not been used so much so far. I don't have time to explain these indexes. If you have interest and we have time in the question, we can talk about them. If not, I will be here this afternoon and tomorrow all day, so we can talk more. So, as we found before, we found a positive effect of species richness, but the most important thing here is that the amount of variation explained by functional diversity indexes was much higher. So by including functional diversity, we improve the predictive capacity of our models. So again, evidence about the importance of biodiversity, in this case also functional diversity, as a predictor of ecosystem functioning multifunctionality. And we have been continuing working in this topic. This is results that were published very recently. This is work led by Johan Leeuwenhoek when he was a Marie Curie in my lab. And as you know, there is another important aspect of biodiversity, which is phylogenetic diversity. There has been also a lot of interest in trying to understand what's the role of phylogenetic diversity as a driver of ecosystem functioning, or whether it has a unique role compared to other biodiversity aspects. And we have been exploring these questions with our database. It took us quite a bit of time, but we built the phylogenetic tree of all the species. We got around 1,000 species across all of our sites. So it took us a little bit of time to build the phylogenetic tree. And we have exploring the role of taxonomical, phylogenetical, and functional diversity, also taking into account the role of the dominant and subordinate species. As you know, it's a classical ecology. If you go to a given community, most of the biomass, most of the abundance, most of the individuals belong to a few species. and you get a rank abundance graph, you always get this type of graphs. And there have been a lot of discussion about what is the role of this dominant versus subordinate species. So we were able to explore these issues using our data, and we selected multiple indexes that relate to every aspect as presented here in this graph, and we removed those indexes that were highly correlated. This is one of the problems of this type of studies, that many of functional, taxonomical, phylogenetic diversity indexes are strongly related. So what did we find? The main result, I'm sorry, the graph is a little bit small, but we, again, the same type of graph, positive, I'm sorry, this is very small. I cannot even read it from here, so I'm sure you will not be able to read it from there. So, yeah, anyway, it's very small, sorry. So here for multifunctionality and for variables related to carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus. So I will try to summarize the main results in 2 sentences. Is for multifunctionality, we found that simultaneous increases in plant species richness in the phylogeny deep in time, you know, the whole phylogenetic tree, and in functional redundancy increase multifunctionality. But when you go to functions related to particular nitrogen cycles, the relative importance of these metrics shift. For instance, in the case of carbon, the metrics related to the mass ratio, to the dominant species, become really important, and that was the case also for phosphorus. And in the case for nitrogen, some indexes had even negative effects on multifunctionality. So the message again is biodiversity is an important driver of multifunctionality, but different aspects of biodiversity influence in a different way different ecosystem functions. But to maximize multifunctionality, it seems that you need to maximize multiple biodiversity aspects at the same time. So it was quite interesting. I'm not an evolutionary biologist. I cannot provide really a sound hypothesis or an explanation why phylogeny deep in time increases multifunctionality compared to phylogeny when you compare the tip of the trees, phylogeny in more recent evolutionary times. But this really opens quite a few very interesting questions that we are going to start to explore about why this is the case. But again, evidence that biodiversity is an important driver of ecosystem functioning, multifunctionality in our drylands, biodiversity of vascular plants. What happens with other communities? We have been also, oh, sorry, I was going too fast. We have been also explored another classical question in ecology, which is the relationship between biodiversity and ecosystem stability. As you know, this is also a topic that has been heavily studied, heavily discussed about, you know, whether more diverse communities are more stable in time. And this is also a property that has also is attracting a lot of interest by those trying to apply more ecology, for instance, into agriculture. Can we maximize yield or the stability of yield by increasing the diversity of crops, for instance? So we have been also exploring these questions with our database, and for doing this, because we didn't measure productivity on site, we have estimated productivity using remote sensing information, using satellite data, in this case from MODIS, and from a 16-year series, we have quantified the temporal stability in productivity across our sites. So again, that's the same type of graph. This is work led by Pablo García Palacios, a postdoc in my lab, was published last year. And again, here the same abiotic predictors here, and biotic predators, biodiversity predictors, functional diversity, and species richness. And the most interesting thing here is, again, positive effect of species richness and interactions between aridity and both species richness and functional diversity. When we analyze in more deep this interaction, we found that stability was maximized under very high aridity conditions when you had more species richness, and it was maximized under low aridity conditions when you have a high functional diversity. So again, an evidence of how different attributes of biodiversity affect in a different way ecosystem functioning, also depending on the environmental context, which this is also quite important message that we need to take home. We have been also exploring the role of biodiversity on ecosystem functioning using other organisms. We were able to get or to freeze the soil we collected on the field soon after collection in 80 of our sites, And we have been doing a lot of DNA work with these samples to characterize the microbial communities. We have been working with bacteria, with fungi, we are now working with archaea, and with cercozoa and other organisms, and we have been also exploring these questions using our database. In this case, here, structural equation modeling has been presented in several talks before, so I guess most of you, if not all, are familiar with this approach. And here, again, we model what happened to multifunctionality when you include microbial diversity and different abiotic variables that we know are important predictors of both microbial diversity and multifunctionality. And in this case, we found again a really strong and positive effect of microbial diversity on multifunctionality. And when we repeat the models, including plant species switchness, the interesting thing is that the direct link between species switchness and multifunctionality disappeared. But we found a very important indirect link between plant species switchness and microbial diversity. So we found in our site that plant species switchness increased microbial diversity, and microbial diversity has a really strong effect, positive one, on multifunctionality. And when looking at the relative importance of the different predictors, we include in the model here the total effects of the different predictors. Of course, remember, we are in drylands. I'm not talking much about the role of abiotic variables, but as you can imagine, it's very important. These are water-limited ecosystems. So the more water that you have, the higher the precipitation, the higher the multifunctionality. The higher the temperature, which follow an inverse pattern, the lower the multifunctionality. But what I would like to emphasize is the relative importance of microbial diversity, which was pretty high. And it was particularly important for the case of fungi. And that's something that we are now working in, looking at more depth, why fungi, which are much less abundant than bacteria, had such a prevalent role as a driver of multifunctionality. Okay. We have been in our lab, of course, we do a lot of field work, observational work. We also do experiments, and we are doing also a lot of laboratory work. And we have been using our global survey also to do incubation experiments in the lab. And we have been doing this to explore important questions, or quite topical questions at the moment, for instance, about what is the relationship between temperature and soil respiration. This is a very hot topic at the moment on carbon cycling, because as you know, soil respiration is the main natural CO2 flux to the atmosphere, and there is a lot of interest to see what's going on with warming, particularly in northern latitudes. As you know, as the permafrost and these very cold soils become warmer, microbial activity increases, and all the carbon, or an important part of the carbon that is stored there, can be released to the atmosphere. So this creates a positive feedback with climate change. More temperature, more CO2, more temperature, so this is a really very bad thing. And depending on the models that you use, the consequence can be really dramatic in the temperature increase. But for drylands, there are not much information about this. And also it's interesting to note how most studies on this topic are either based on collecting soils, taking them in the lab and making a short-term incubation, or using warming experiments in the field, with most of them are really short-term. And as Osvaldo saw very clearly this morning, the responses that you can see at the short term can be quite different from the responses that you can see when looking at the longer term. So we use another approach, which is an approach that has been typically used, for instance, when exploring physiological responses to environmental gradients of plants, of birds, of mammals. We use the natural temperature gradient that we have across our survey. We have a beautiful 30 degrees gradient temperature. Some of our sites in China have a mean annual temperature below zero. Some of our sites in the south of Tunisia have a mean annual temperature of 28 degrees. So we have a natural gradient of 30 degrees. So we use soils from our sites, we take them to the lab, we incubated them without limitations of water, without limitations of substrate, we control by microbial biomass, and this is what we got. Here in this graph, this is potential respiration. It's ones that you control for differences in microbial biomass. And this is mean annual temperature. And we incubated the soils at different temperatures, 10, 20, 30 degrees. So, first result, not a surprise. As you increase the incubation temperature, and because there is no limitation of water, there is no limitation of substrate, of carbon, respiration increases. That's common sense. Nothing really relevant at all. But the interesting thing is that no matter the incubation temperature, we found this negative relationship with mean annual temperature. As you increase mean annual temperature, potential soil respiration is reduced. So this suggests that microbial communities in drylands are adapted to the temperature conditions that they can find in the sites. And unlike suggested for high latitude ecosystems, increasing temperature in drylands may not lead to an increased respiration in the soil. And we found the same pattern either when we look at soils in open areas and soils under the canopy of vegetation. The respiration under the vegetation is higher because these soils are more fertile, have more carbon, more nutrients, but the pattern was exactly the same. We are now digging a little bit more into the mechanisms because this is nice. We saw a nice pattern, but we cannot, with this type of work, we also cannot get a very mechanistic understanding of why we are observing this response, because there are a lot of potential mechanisms related to the physiology of microbes about why this response is observed. So we are now exploring this, and I forgot to say that this is work done by Marina Lacal, which is a PhD student in my lab. This is part of her PhD. She did a wonderful job with this. And we are now using models to explore which are the mechanisms underlying these responses. So we are using, as Osvaldo said, models are a very nice tool, not only to make forecast predictions into the future, but we are using models to test competing hypotheses about the relationship between microbial physiology and soil respiration related to temperature. This is also a very hot topic in modeling now. In the modeling of soil organic carbon, how to incorporate the microbial physiology of the physiology of soil microorganisms, because depending on how you incorporate this, you can get very disparate results. So we use models of different complexity. I don't have time to get into the details, but basically we tested two competing hypotheses because there is evidence from the literature that suggests that both can happen. A positive carbon use efficiency mean annual temperature, that means that a positive one, this is the positive, as temperature increase, carbon become more efficient, microbes become more efficient, less carbon is respired, and negative is just the opposite. This is the data that we observed from our incubations, and what is interesting, these are modeling results. We mimic the incubations with the modeling, and if you simulate a positive carbon use efficiency minimal temperature, you get the response. If you simulate a negative one, you get just the opposite. And we found that the modeling the modeling results that better matched the data from the incubations were this positive carbon use efficiency mean annual temperature, suggesting that a warmer climate selects for microbial communities with higher carbon use efficiency that are more efficient. This is work led by Jin Senje, was a postdoc in my lab. So this is also very interesting results that we are now following up with working in other type of environments and testing other competing hypotheses. Okay, and I'm getting close to finish. 1 minute, but I need to go very fast, sorry. So one of the main criticisms of this work, that we got lots of rejections of our papers, mostly from ecological journals, when they say, okay, this is very nice, but it's observational data. You cannot establish cause and effect relationship, and it's true. We can't do it because the nature of the data, we are very careful when interpreting the results. But can we get experimental evidence of this type of responses? And the answer is yes. We also do experiments at a smaller scale, and we are observing similar responses when looking at similar questions. And I will present a couple of slides, and for doing the experiments, I would like to introduce our beloved biological soil crust, which are these communities dominated by mosses, lichens, cyanobacteria, liveworts, and many other microorganisms, that they are really, really prevalent in drylands across the world, and that they are a unique and wonderful model system to explore multiple questions in community, ecosystem ecology, and global chain biology. So we are doing warming experiments the Spanish way, without many resources, but with some of imagination, and we copied Osvaldo's rainfall shelters, and we have been setting up this type of experiments where we use open tube chambers like the ones used in the Arctic to warm up, and the rainfall shelters to reduce temperature, and we have set up 3 of these sites in Spain. So for instance, in one of them, these are results from the 8 years after 8 years of the experiment. We look at the response of soil respiration and multiple variables for the carbon cycling in the experiment, and we found that warming reduced soil respiration, particularly in areas that initially had a high biodiverse cover. In areas with low cover, we observed also this response, but after 4 years in the beginning of the experiment. And we did a bunch of laboratory analysis, and for instance, the data suggests that, for instance, this is microbial respiration per unit biomass. It was reduced in the warming, particularly in the low biograss cover areas. So the results suggest that if you increase temperature, you reduce soil respiration. And this is pretty similar to what we found with the incubation. So this is experimental evidence going in the same direction as we found with the global survey. And I will skip this because we don't have time. We have found similar responses working with plants. And with this slide I finish, I will promise. So what's next? So we have been very busy the last years doing another global survey thanks to an ERC consolidator grant that I have at the moment, the Biodesert Project and Global Survey. And again, thanks to the support of more than 60 collaborators from all over the world. So far, we have been able to survey on the field over more than 300 plots in 26 countries, again, from all continents except Antarctica. And the main difference between this survey and the previous one is that we are targeting we want to evaluate the impact of grazing, because it's the main land use in drylands at the moment, and aridity as proxies of climate change and land use intensity. So what we are doing is, in every site that we survey, we select 3 plots along a local grazing gradient. So for the same type of climate, the same soil conditions, the same vegetation conditions, we have different grazing intensities. And we are replicating this all over the world using, again, standardized surveys. And we are doing everything that we have measured in everything that we measured before. And in addition, we are measuring things that we didn't measure before, for instance, plant functional traits in situ. Just with this, we have measured more than 25,000 plant individuals in the field for 6 functional traits. So just this database is quite unique. So, and we are measuring also a lot of things. The field work is done. The lab work is quite well underway. So we hope to have all the data ready to start analysis by the end of this year. So maybe by the next EEF meeting, I can come and present some results from this project. And I'm finishing, of course, as you can imagine, I'm here alone, but this is the work of a lot of people that I need to really acknowledge. Everyone in my lab, you can imagine, is a wonderful group of people, and all, not only current lab members, all past members, long-term collaborators, friends, all our collaborators from the global networks. Without their work, we will not be able to do this. And of course, to our funders, particularly the ERC, that has been funding my group for the last 10 years, thanks to starting and then to a consolidator grant. And muito obrigado pela vossa atenção. And if you have any question, I will be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Fernando. This is really fascinating work, and I think I'm sure we all look forward to the next chapters.
Thanks.
We have some minutes for some questions. Who's first?
So saying thanks is just the minimum. At a certain moment, when you introduced the phylogenetics aspects, maybe I was wrong in understanding. You said that phylogenetic was quite important in explaining some ecosystem functioning, but also mass ratio or redundancy. Is there any contradiction there? Because I understand phylogenetics as like a proxy of all the functional diversity or traits that you can measure that went through the evolution. So how do you interpret this?
Well, 2 things. We focus on metrics that were uncorrelated. Correlation between them was below 0.6. So, of course, at the end, I forgot to mention, we only have functional diversity metrics for height and SLA. And of course, functional phylogenetic diversity, in theory, will capture many more traits that we were not able to measure. So this is an important point to make. But the results are not really contradictory, but because what we observe is that particularly for multifunctionality, species, the role of subordinate species was really important. You need to consider the full range of diversity that you have in your system. But for the particular functions, mainly for carbon-related functions, the role of dominant species is particularly important, which is not a surprise in drylands. For instance, you have a large shrub that can make big patches, fix a lot of carbon, have a huge influence on the soil. This, for carbon in particular, can have a huge effect. Why the role of subordinate species is so important when you take all the functions into account? That's something quite interesting that, of course, there are multiple reasons for doing that, but with our data, we really cannot provide like a mechanistic explanation of this is what is really happening. But the main message is that if you want to maximize, let's say, or to maximize the multifunctionality of your sites, that's maximized under particular conditions of richness, functional and phylogenetic diversity. It's not, the message is that not all the biodiversity aspects influence ecosystem functioning in the same way. The mechanisms behind, we really cannot tell with this work. That's something that we are trying to disentangle, but the data can reach until they can. We are doing now experiments to testing these ideas.
Okay, thank you. Next question.
Muitas gracias, Fernando, por esta. Well, I cannot go. So thank you very much for this talk. I was wondering, maybe I didn't understand. In your incubation studies, will it be possible to, or maybe in other experiments, because yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Will it be possible that the fact that you have different compositions of the fungi, bacteria, because you have a different diversity, so if those dominant species will go for more phosphorus, for more nitrogen, for more different carbon, enzymatic, so how much do you think it will be the contribution of these dominant or non-dominant species on this respiration, overall respiration?
No, these differences are critical, because what we have are microbial communities that are different, across this gradient, and that are adapted to the particular conditions that they have experienced over the last, hundreds of thousands of years. And there are metabolic trade-offs, let's say. And we have very nice examples, for instance, for work done in the Atacama Desert, that a recent flooding killed all the microbial communities. You may say, well, a little bit of water in the desert, it can be good, but a lot of water kills everything. Because let's say, if you have a high metabolic rate as a community, right, you cannot, it's a physiological trade-off. You cannot grow a lot and support a lot of stress, right? Now we are doing metagenomic stuff. We're looking at particular genes across, our samples, and this will provide additional insights. But the key are the difference in the community, because this is controlling for microbial biomass. Of course, we did it in a statistical way, because you cannot control by killing the microbial biomass, right? But all these differences are because the communities are different and are adapted to those particular conditions. So if you are adapted to support drought, to very arid conditions, even if you get a lot of water, there is a limit to how much you can respire compared to those communities that are in more messy conditions that have, faster growth rates and are species with, other traits. So the genomic will tell us more about the mechanisms, which particular genes are behind these responses. But yeah, at the end are the difference. So this is a message that I forgot to say, is that even in abiotically driven environments like drylands, because everything is about water, most of the, a big chunk on the Osvaldo work is a very nice example of the dryland ecology has focused so far on the role of abiotic factors, mostly water. But even when, of course, water is really important, in our models we can see that. Aridity is always, I didn't talk too much about it, but it's always a very important predictor. But biotic attributes, communities, play a key role. So we cannot control climate, as we can see these days, and I want to go with a positive message, is that we may not be able to control climate, but we may be able to, when design restoration actions, when managing our systems, using this type of information to try to minimize the negative impacts of a warmer and more arid world.
Fernando, but how can you minimize that impact? Is through the plants or through the soil and microbiome?
Well, this is like a chicken egg problem, right? We have not done experiments on this so far, but you really cannot modify very quickly microbial communities, right? Because, they have been adapted And there are a lot of experiments doing this, like, you throw away cyanobacteria and they die because, you grow them in the lab and even if they are species that can be found naturally, they are not adapted. But we can, of course, now we need to put this into practice. But for instance, if you know that, and now there are very good forecasts about changes in aridity, if you know the aridity that you are going to have, let's say, in 10, 20, 30 years, when design restoration actions, you focus on species with particular functional traits that not only will allow to support these future conditions, but that can, at the same time, maximize, nitrogen cycling, microbial communities, and the overall functioning. Of course, how to translate this into practice, there is still a long way. But at least there is the potential to do it, and I really believe that this can be the case.
Okay, we can allow one final very quick question, if there is any. Otherwise, we will close, so not to delay the next sessions. And I would like to thank again Fernando for everything.
Please don't forget to vote for your favorite or